Dobar dan. Možemo da...
Good afternoon. Can we start? Distinguished colleagues, members of parliament, distinguished colleagues from the European Parliament, members of the European Parliament, it is my particular pleasure to open the first constituent meeting of the Stabilisation Association Parliamentary Committee. I would wish to welcome all of you. It is my particular pleasure to welcome Mr. Speaker of the National Parliament, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Government of Serbia. We would like to thank them very much for joining us and to greet the opening of this meeting. I would also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Ambassador Davenport of the EU, representatives of the civil society, their excellencies, ambassadors of the EU member states, and thank you all for responding to our invitation to join us and to open this new chapter in the relations between Serbia and the European Union. On behalf of the members of the Parliamentary Committee, I would like to point out that the status of interparliamentary meetings between the European Parliament and the Parliament of Serbia has been upgraded by entry into force of the Stabilisation and Association Agreement. I would also wish to remind you that our cooperation with the European Parliament is not new. For years already, this cooperation was taking place, and I am certain that this new channel and this new level of cooperation will only intensify our cooperation. No doubt the aim of the Serbian side, so to say, of this committee is within the accession process to the EU. Serbia should, at the end of the process, become stronger, more stable, and will have a better judicial system. We are certain that on that part we shall have the support of our colleagues from the European Parliament. Before I give the floor to the Speaker of the National Assembly, I would kindly call on Mr. Kukan, my co-chairman colleague, as a co-chair and on behalf of the delegation of the European Parliament to also join me in opening the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-chairman. Let me also say a few words. I would also like to welcome you all to this meeting. This, as it was mentioned already, is the first inaugural meeting of the EU-Serbia Stabilisation and Association Parliamentary Committee. We are entering thus into a new and key phase in the EU integration process. This marks an important upgrade to the relations between the European Parliament and Skupština. 2013 has been a defining year in the region, while many important political decisions have been taken both in Belgrade and in Brussels. We have seen positive development in the dialogue with Kosovo, progress on the European agenda, and important decision made in domestic or internal politics. A month ago, the European Commission issued the progress report. It clearly foresees the deepening of the EU integration process in Serbia. The Commission recommends that the first intergovernmental conference on Serbia's accession should take place by January 2014 at the very latest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in a couple of weeks' time. I would strongly urge you to continue the reform process and continue to work towards Serbia's European future. As in many countries in the region, in Serbia, there is big support on Serbia's EU integration. Let me say that we in the European Parliament are very happy about this situation. The European Parliament is a staunch supporter of the EU enlargement will continue to support our counterparts in Serbia. We all understand that the entire process is complex. We understand it can be difficult at times, but I would like to encourage you with further invest efforts and not to lose the current momentum. There are still many things to be done in Serbia. The constructive dialogue with Kosovo needs to continue, and the recent developments in the north of Kosovo should not overshadow the achieved progress. Rule of law is the backbone of any reform process, and Serbia must continue addressing it vigorously. This entails an effective, impartial, accountable and independent judiciary. Fight against corruption and organized crime must continue. Furthermore, Serbia's economic situation needs particular attention. One of the important issues is minority protection, and we urge Serbia to engage in an active protection of all minorities. We fully support Serbia's reconciliation with its neighbors, and we urge Serbia to play a constructive role in this region. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our visit to Serbia comes at a crucial time. I hope our meeting this afternoon will be constructive and that it will serve as a solid base for future EU negotiations. Thank you all.
Hvala gospodinu.
Thank you, Mr. Kukan. Now I would call on Mr. Nebojša Stefanović, Mr. Speaker, to take the floor.
Europskog parlamenta.
Thank you, distinguished representatives of the European Parliament, distinguished MPs, Deputy Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The constitution of the Parliamentary Committee, Stabilisation and Association Parliamentary Committee that has been established on the basis of SAA is extremely important for Serbia and for the EU. The past period was marked by important events on the part of Serbia to the EU. A very important decision was taken for namely the launching of negotiations. SAA came into force, and of course the positive progress report of the European Commission was issued, where the work of the National Assembly was evaluated positively. The analysis, the screening has been started on chapters 23, 24, 32, and finally the first meeting of the Stabilisation and Association Parliamentary Committee is being held today with the agenda that are extremely important for the European integration process of Serbia, and they are important for the reform of our society. Since the implementation of the agreement will be one of the benchmarks for monitoring our progress towards accession to the EU, the role of our committee is very important in the process. The reforms that we are implementing in all social segments will depend on our readiness and to efficiently implement the measures that will build a democratic society. We are aware of the fact that further progress in our society will depend on dynamic interaction with the institutions of the EU, and in our National Assembly we can note with pleasure that up till now we have had very good communications with the EU institutions, primarily with the European Parliament, and that the establishment of the Parliamentary Committee will further intensify and expand this cooperation. When we talk about the role of the National Parliament in the EU integration process, let me remind you that one of the first documents that traced the European accession was the resolution on the accession to the EU, and we are now working on the text of the resolution on the role of the national parliament in the Serbian accession to the EU. Of course, the parliament will not lose its oversight function, the oversight function of all obligations and compliance of the legislation with the acquis will give our role the true meaning.
Budući da većina propisa Evropske unije zahteva potvrdu uz istovremenu kontrolu u najvišem zakonodavnom telu. Donošenjem brojnih zakona i strategije radimo na stvaranju celovitog, koherentnog normativnog sistema neophodnog za dalje reforme svih društvenih oblasti, svestrani razvoj ekonomskog sistema, unapređenje vladavine prava, reformu pravosuđa i borbu protiv korupcije i organizovanog kriminala, ostvarivanju i zaštiti ljudskih prava i osnovnih sloboda u svim oblastima. Uvereni smo da će ovaj novi vid saradnje sa Evropskim parlamentom kroz razmjenu mišljenja o ovim i drugim temama dati dodatni doprinos stvaranju zakonskog okvira usaglašenog sa pravnim tekovinama Evropske unije. I naravno da ne bude greška. Mi ovaj reformski proces ne radimo samo da bi se približili Evropskoj uniji, već zato da bi građanima naše zemlje obezbedili kvalitetniji i bolji život. Od Evropske komisije očekujemo da što pre bude usvojen pregovarački okvir sa Srbijom i da se odredi datum za održavanje međuvladine konferencije i sa tim u vezi očekujemo podršku i vas koji ste članovi Evropskog parlamenta. Mi očekujemo da će 20. decembra moći da se donese odluka o otpočinjanju pregovora sa Srbijom. Za kraj, želim da još jednom naglasim da je Srbija posvećena svom evropskom putu i na tom putu uloga Narodne skupštine, naravno i svih njenih tela koje se bave evropskim integracijama je veoma značajna. U ovom cilju smo fokusirani na veoma značajnu, rekao bih, istorijsku odluku o otvaranju pregovora Evropske unije u članstvu Srbije i oko toga smo okupili sve moguće resurse koje Narodna skupština raspolaže. Čvrsto ostajemo posvećeni reformama koje smo započeli, uvereni da jedino tako možemo da obezbedimo bolju budućnost za sve građane ove zemlje. U uverenju da će ova rasprava dati konkretne rezultate i da će pomoći da Srbija ide brže ka Evropskoj uniji, želim vam uspešan rad.
Hvala. Sada bih zamolio u ime Vlade Republike Srbije da se obrati prvi put.
Half of the government of Serbia, I would like to give the floor to the first Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Vučić. Distinguished Speaker of the Mr. Andrić, European Parliamentary members, members of Parliament, it's a great pleasure for me to greet you at this meeting of the Stabilisation and Association Parliamentary Committee. Since Nebojša and I have written practically the same text, I would like to say a few words that I consider to be especially important. We're very satisfied with the role of the National Assembly of Serbia played in the past and its communication with the European Parliament and its attitude towards European integrations and reforms in Serbia and progress in Serbia generally. The National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia is acting in quite a different way as was the case a few years back. The National Assembly is a place where the government of Serbia is being criticized, and we believe that the National Assembly is very deserving, given its work and activities, for the achievements we have made on the path to European integration. And this is much more successfully being carried out than in the past. We expect the European Parliament to adopt a positive report, and in this way to make it possible to hold an intergovernmental conference as soon as possible, possibly in December. And as Mr. Kukat says, at January the latest, this is not very much time left. And in the very difficult conditions in which the population of Serbia is now living, we hope and wish that we fulfill our promises, and we believe that it is good that we should keep our promises, and we hope that the European Union will also respect our citizens, our state, that the European Union shows that it is very much wishing to have Serbia as part of the European family, and this at least to the same extent as we feel, because we believe that the citizens of Serbia deserve this, because the European Commission itself and the European Parliament has, in fact, through its report, shown this. We are faced with very hard times. Economic situation is not good. And as we spoke this morning with the European MPs, We are starting doing things now that we should have done 20 years ago in the economic sphere. In the political sphere, I would like to say that this is not the case. There were very many efforts in the past to move forward our European integration before we came to power. But most important of all is that every reform that is undertaken for the benefit, for the sake of the citizens of Serbia, because we know that though the decisions are tough, if we reduce salaries in the public sector, if we enlist other efforts too, it is because they want to have a sound economy, a healthy Serbia, and our political aims can be termed as the creation of a normal and decent Serbia, a Serbia which will have an equal share in European affairs as all the other 28 members. And we hope that we can be the next member of the European Union, not because that we wish to ingratiate ourselves to you, but because we're not interested in that, but we are interested in having these values become values of Serbia, and that we will not belong geographically to other continents, but that we belong through our own system of values to Europe too. And as you, Mr. Kukan, often say, protecting Serbia, aligning yourself to Serbia, and as most others do in the European Union, we hope that all of them will have this view. And sometimes, because sometimes people are, that we are not pushed aside. We know that we have a long road ahead of us. Much has to be done in the dialogue with Pristina and with chapters 23 and 24. Much has to be done in improving our economy and improving the investment climate, and this is something that we will commit ourselves to in the next few months. But what is sure, and as you have said this very clearly today, that Serbia is on the good path, on the good track, and we shall try to speed up its motion along that track. And we are confident that if we enjoy your support, even greater support than we have today, that we can achieve even better results. Today you said that Serbia in 2013 was perhaps a country where progress was the most visible. I must say that our citizens do not view this in the same light, but we know the amount of effort and wishes we invested in the progress of Serbia, and if it would be a great result for us if others appreciate this too. Mr. Andrić, I wish you much success in your work, and I hope that you will not meet only twice a year for an exchange of view, but that you have a meaningful influence on the work of the European Parliament, that you listen to their views, and that we remain proud of our National Assembly, and that these efforts are commended by the European Parliament. I wish you a very much success in your work. Thank you. On your best wishes, thank you for the presence of Mr. Stefanovic and Vučić, which is a day very important and significant for relations between the European Parliament and the Serbian Parliament. Now I call a break of 5 minutes break.
Poštovane kolege, voleo bih da, ili zamolio bih vas da nastavimo sa ovim radnim delom.
Distinguished colleagues, first of all, I propose that we adopt the agenda. Everybody has received the agendas. Does anybody have any proposals or amendments to the agenda? If not, It means that we will be passing this agenda. Who is in favor? Anybody against? Abstained? If not, then we've adopted the agenda. The Secretariat has also submitted a declaration and also recommendations. We will still wait to get additional recommendations. The secretariats of both secretariats of both parliaments have submitted the rules of procedure. There are some minor technical changes. Does anybody have any additional proposals for amendments on the rules of procedure? If not, I would recommend that we adopt the rules of procedure of the European Union-Serbia Stabilisation Association Parliamentary Committee. Therefore, the third item on the agenda, it refers the state of affairs on the relationships between the European Union and Serbia. And the two introductory speakers will be Mr. Minister Selakovic, then Mr. Davenport, then Jared Shoffley, and I give the floor now to Minister Selakovic, Minister of Justice of the Republic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Ambassador Davenport, Mr. Kukan, EU parliamentarians, and the National Assembly MPs of Serbia. As you know, after achieving certain important goals, all the difficulties tend to be forgotten. I'm sure that the same scenario will ensue once Serbia becomes a full member of the EU. But in the meantime, while the accession process is still going on, it's important to bear in mind all the steps we have taken along this path. Somebody might ask, why is this important? Their answer is that only in full awareness about the mistakes and the correct decisions in the past, we can adopt valid decisions in the future. All the steps concerning approximation with the EU went along two parallel routes. And the process consists of these parallel lines. First, we have signed that agreement on association and stabilization, and it refers the implementation and the adoption of the acquis. And the second one is the negotiations for the accession to the EU, negotiations through which Serbia will achieve an agreement with all member states, and it refers to 35 chapters. When speaking of the steps in the area of stabilization and association, we have become and started this process in the year 2000. From the year 2000, all instruments of this process were at its disposal. However, the decision for the agreement was taken in 2005 when the EU opted for negotiations separately between Montenegro and with the EU, and Montenegro, EU, and Serbia. And then we initialed the agreement 1.5 years later. The agreement on stabilization and association, the interim trade agreement, were signed, initialed a year and a half, but Serbia had to achieve, first of all, adequate cooperation with ICTY, the International Crime Tribunal in The Hague. And the agreement came into force in 2010. And without it's not legally binding. The association and stabilization agreement was being implemented, and Serbia started aligning its legislation with the European acquis. With our signing the Stabilization and Association Agreement, SSA, this represented a new phase. With the SAA agreement, we were bound to start not only aligning our national legislation with the EU acquis, but also to implement it. And in agreement with the EU Commission, we had to start implementing, and we were also being supervised as how we are implementing these agreements on the basis of within the transition periods. And from 2008 to 2012, we had to do a lot of work. Such documents were drafted mainly in the past by countries who were candidate countries and started the negotiations. Serbia didn't have that status of a candidate, but in view of its interest to abide to its obligations, it worked and drafted this document. It outlined the legal activities. The National Harmonization Program was a multi-annual program for alignment with the EU legislation. Let me say that from the July of 2008 to the 31st of December 2012 was at a high level of 88% of 1,223 measures, 1,030 were adopted. And then we had also on the second tier an activity going on. It was stated that the strategic option of Serbia is EU membership, and we also adopted a national strategy for the integration of Serbia and Montenegro to the EU. It foresaw the plans and what has to be done in all sectors up till the year 2012. An important moment was when the visa regime was lifted in November 2009. It was then that we submitted an official request for membership, and in November 2012, we received the questionnaire with over 2,563 questions, which were all answered in 45 days. And then the EU had a favorable view that it had to begin the negotiations, and also that the European Council also approved the future negotiations. The European Council then saw the holding of the first intergovernmental conference in January 2014 at the latest. Well, this may be just a sum of all the events. So I think it's pretty clear how long and complex the road was for achieving only, under quotation marks, the candidate status. And we cannot say that this was a long and difficult road, but it didn't discourage us in our road towards EU. And our future activities don't have to depend only on our decisions, but also we have to plan what we will do, because planning does give good results. When negotiations are in question, we began in September an analysis of the screening process. And the first exploratory screenings for EU for the chapters 23, 24, and the Ministry of Justice and Public Administration has a lot of competences in both chapters. We became acquainted with the standards set by the EU. The explanatory screening was a good basis for the current activity, a fundamental review of national provisions and their comparison with the EU provisions. All the results will be presented to the EU in order to present what the situation is and for later negotiations. At the end of September, a coordination body was formed for accession to the EU, which will focus on the main issues concerning national administration, and the technical support will be given the Office for European Integration. In addition, we formed a council of the coordination body, which will be tackling current issues, and we will set up the groups for the negotiations for 35 chapters. So we will take into consideration the practice of other countries who went through this process, and also bearing in mind Serbia, its specific situation, and with the needs of adjustments. And we will have a balanced position between the political and professional attitude. The changes will take some time. We will have to have clear accountability between the various institutions included in the process, the involvement of stakeholders, and all of those who can contribute to the quality of this process. We shouldn't forget the coordinated communication with the institutions of EU and all member states. Bearing in mind these principles, of the Serbian government. Our ministry will have a key role in preparation for negotiations on chapters 23 and 24, including the Ministry of Interior, by involving the administration. We involved administration professionals who have the memory and they know, have the knowledge in the specific area and about negotiations. We have not forgotten the civilian sector, so we have made it possible for them to also to take part in the screening process. Along with the negotiations, activities related to stabilization and association continue, so the government has established the institutional framework for implementing them. The key institutional characteristics of the association process include the Council for Stabilization and Association, the Committee for Stabilization and Association, and subcommittees for stabilization and association, as well as the Parliamentary Committee, which is holding its first meeting today. It is a forum where the parliamentarians of Serbia and the European Parliament will be meeting and exchanging their views at this committee. In conclusion, let me say that it is my particular pleasure that as a member of the government and as the line minister in charge of justice and public administration, where we had ahead of us a lot of challenges and perhaps painful changes, all in order to establish the system of the rule of law, of good and efficient administration on our path to the European integrations, where I have to emphasize in the previous period some good steps forward were made, and I was in the position today to address you in that capacity. Hopefully the work of our parliamentary committee will be fruitful, and exchange of views at this level will be important in the further process of European integrations of the Republic of Serbia. Therefore, I wish you good health and the fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Selakovic. Now I would call on His Excellency Michael Davenport, Ambassador, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Chairman, Minister, distinguished members of the committee, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on this first and constituent meeting of the Stabilisation and Association Parliamentary Committee. I welcome very much the opportunity to address this first meeting. As you may know, Baroness Ashton, as High Representative and Vice President, has asked me to say a few introductory words on her behalf, as she is unable to be here in person. This has truly been an historic year for Serbia on the path towards the EU. And indeed, this first meeting of this committee is also an historic occasion. As the European Commission recorded in the 2013 Progress Report, Serbia has not only taken unprecedented steps during the last 12 months to normalize relations with Kosovo, Serbia has also reinvigorated the momentum of reforms and applied a noticeably more dynamic approach to regional cooperation and relations with other countries of the region. These achievements resulted in the decision of the European Council on the 28th of June to open accession negotiations with Serbia. This in turn triggered the next steps in the negotiations process. As the Minister said, screening started on the 25th of September as envisaged. The negotiating framework is being discussed among Member States on the basis of the proposal submitted by the Commission on the 22nd of July in accordance with the 28th of June decision. And we are full of optimism that this will come to fruition by December. Against this backdrop, it's timely that the Stabilisation and Association Agreement itself entered into force on the 1st of September, because this will equip Serbia with a comprehensive framework to move closer to the European Union and to prepare for future participation, not least in the single market, with the benefits which that offers to business and citizens. A very positive first meeting of the Stabilisation and Association Council was held in Luxembourg on the 21st of October. I'm therefore very pleased to take part today in the inaugural meeting of this committee because it's a body which from now on will bring together members of the European Parliament and the Serbian Parliament twice yearly. Commissioner Füle has emphasised how crucial it will be from now on to communicate regularly on the benefits and opportunities which the accession process creates for all citizens in Serbia, all the way through to accession. And I think more frequent parliamentary exchanges will provide a highly valuable and very necessary contribution. Substantial progress has been achieved in the normalisation of relations with Kosovo, reflected in tangible changes on the ground. Good progress has also been taken place on regional cooperation. Serbia has improved relations with all neighbouring countries. The European Union's objective in this remains unchanged. With regard to Kosovo and Serbia, the European Union has made clear that it needs to see full implementation of all agreements. Member states have been clear in their expectations at successive European councils. I can say to you on behalf of Baroness Ashton that the European Union wants Serbia to succeed and to open accession negotiations by January 2014 at the very latest. But that for this to happen, Belgrade and Pristina must continue to focus fully on implementation of the 19th of April agreement. A word or two on the elections which are taking place in Kosovo. Observers, both of the EU and the OSCE, have expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the process, and indeed we are satisfied that there has been overall a satisfactory turnout. But we strongly condemn the violent incidents in northern Mitrovica. Such attacks are deplorable. So it's important that the electoral process is successfully completed, including in the rerun on the 17th of November, but also in the second round on the 1st of December. The EU missions in Kosovo will be there to offer every support, and the EU observation mission will be closely following the elections. We welcome the efforts of the Serbian leadership to reach out to Kosovo Serbs, including the Prime Minister, Mr. Dacic, in Kosovo today, and these efforts need to continue. Now, you today will have the opportunity to discuss some of the key challenges that lie ahead for Serbia in what is a new phase and a more demanding phase in EU-Serbia relations. Key areas will be the rule of law, many of the issues which the Minister spoke about, including judicial reform, anti-corruption policy, independence of key institutions, media freedom, policies on anti-discrimination, protection of minorities, and, not least, the improvement of the business environment. Let me note that in order to ensure that Serbia's expeditious progress takes place towards accession, work needs to start immediately in all these areas and be sustained over time. This is very much the lesson to be drawn. And when it comes to tackling the question, for example, of intolerance and hooliganism, facing up to intimidation will be extremely important. This will require a continuous effort and political backing, and especially if the banning, for example, of the Pride Parade is to be avoided in 2014. There are some specific challenges which Serbia is going to face in the coming year. Particular attention will have to be paid to the strengthening of the independence of institutions, especially the judiciary. And we will, in following up the progress report, be looking towards the effective implementation of the strategies and action plans which have been put in place in the field of judiciary and anti-corruption. Serbia will need in particular to strengthen performance when it comes to investigating, prosecuting and convicting perpetrators of corruption and organized crime. The implementation of recent changes to the legislation on abuse of office will need to be carefully monitored, especially with a view to a comprehensive review of economic crimes. Progress will need to be made on the implementation, and is being made, on the implementation of the media strategy. The direct state financing and control of the media, as well as the sustainability of public broadcasters, will be issues to be addressed. The government is taking forward the action plan on to implement the adopted anti-discrimination strategy. This is also important. The action will be needed to protect the human rights defenders and other vulnerable groups, including vulnerable ethnic groups such as the Roma community and the LGBT population, especially to protect them from threats and intimidation. The legal framework for the protection of minorities, which is generally respected, but consistent implementation throughout Serbia will need to be built up, especially in areas such as education, the use of minority languages, and access to media and religious services in minority languages. The elections to the national minority councils in 2014 will provide a good opportunity for Serbia to reaffirm this strong commitment to the protection of minorities. There is also a very ambitious program underway of public administration reform, which is crucial not only to the effective implementation of EU integration legislation, but also to ensure that Serbia develops a more service-oriented public service and is more effective at tackling corruption. Let me just focus on two other messages from actually from the strategy paper of the European Commission on enlargement. Firstly, economic governance, and secondly, regional cooperation and bilateral relations. As you know, the European Union itself has radically changed and strengthened its economic governance through the European semester. The Commission considers it important also to help candidate countries to pass through, to benefit from this experience and to benefit from this expertise. The Commission has set out concrete proposals that will help the countries of the Western Balkans to strengthen their economic governance. All are affected by high unemployment, and the young unemployed in EU member states and in candidate countries need action. They need decisions, they need jobs. The Commission will be working closely with candidate countries to develop new tools to guide them on structural reforms in key areas such as infrastructure, research, transport and education. On regional cooperation, there have been very positive developments. This needs, however, to be further strengthened, to be inclusive and to be, if I may say so, regionally owned. The Commission fully supports the work of the South East Europe Cooperation Process, the SEECP, and the Regional Cooperation Council, including the Regional 2020 strategy. We've welcomed that, in line with the agreement reached in the dialogue on regional cooperation, Kosovo became a member of the Regional Cooperation Council. And it will be important that full application of the principle of inclusive regional cooperation is ensured, including by avoiding problems such as those encountered with the SEECP summit. The Commission also called for a renewed effort to overcome bilateral disputes amongst enlargement countries and with existing member states. Such bilateral issues do need to be addressed by the parties concerned as early as they possibly can be and should not be allowed to hold up the accession processes. Regional cooperation and good neighbourly relations are, by definition, essential elements of the stabilisation and association process. Issues related to past conflicts, including war crimes and refugee return, as well as the treatment of minorities and ensuring equal rights for all citizens, remain key challenges to stability in the Western Balkans and need to be addressed. The Commission has therefore urged parties to make every effort towards solving outstanding disputes in line with established principles and means. Accession negotiations can generate useful political impetus for the resolution of disputes, so the Commission will continue to offer political support and facilitation to all countries to find solutions as early as possible. In this context, I welcome again also Serbia's renewed impetus when it comes to regional cooperation and bilateral relations. We were very positively impressed by the particular efforts that Serbia devoted this year to further improve relations with Croatia and address outstanding issues. The visit of President Josipovic in mid-October represented an important point in this new phase of relations, as indeed did his address to members of this House during his visit. And we look forward to early further progress in relations with other countries in the region, including Albania. So it only remains for me to thank you, Mrs. Chairman, for this opportunity to address the committee and to wish you fruitful discussions in the committee and indeed fruitful discussions in further meetings of this committee convoked in the future, and clearly I'm ready to take part in the discussion. Thank you.
Hvala.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Allow me to thank Mr. Selakovic. Thank you very much for staying with us longer. Thank you for giving us the information, and because of the earlier appointments made, he will have to leave us. Now I give the floor to Mr. Shoplin to take the floor on behalf of the European Parliament.
Hvala predsjedavajući. Ministri, ambasadori, ekscelencije, kolege iz oba parlamenta, dame i gospodo. Vrlo sam svesan ovog istorijskog sastanka, ovog susreta i kao Mađar, kao vaš sused, veoma mi je drago što Srbija čini napredak na putu ka evropskim integracijama. Sve što je postigla do sad Srbija pokazuje da je Srbija posvećena evropskoj budućnosti, a 2013. je svakako prekretnica. S druge strane, ovaj put zahteva mnogo energije i veliku posvećenost i to će biti tako duže vreme. Moram da kažem, formalno proces je počeo i mislim da će pregovarački okvir biti uspostavljen za nekoliko nedelja koji će voditi na kraju članstvom, ali to zahteva naravno i političku volju. Politička volja postoji što se tiče Evropske unije, ali istovremeno potrebno je i da sa vaše strane postoji ta politička volja da bi se sve to ostvarilo. Treba naglasiti da je acquis communautaire vrlo složena, ima 1800 strana, naravno niko to nije sve pročitao, ali sve to treba transponovati u sopstveno zakonodavstvo. To će trajati dosta dugo, a to je vrlo strogi kriterijum. Naravno, imate tu neke mogućnosti kako to ostvariti, ima i boljih i loših pristupa, ali nadzor parlamenta onome šta se donosi i šta se transponuje je od velikog značaja za budućnost tog procesa. Što se tiče reformi, i svi će se složiti s tim, implicitno ili eksplicitno, su neophodan uslov za pridruživanje i treba sve to postaviti po fazama. I u ranijim komunističkim zemljama su to shvatili da je to ključni pristup evropskim integracijama. Vladavina prava, čvrsti pravni sistem, trebalo bi da u tom procesu uživa veliki prioritet i, kao što sam čuo, to je visoko postavljeno na agendi parlamenta Srbije. Da bi se moglo nositi sa članstvom u Evropskoj uniji, potrebno je ojačati državne kapacitete. To svakako nije lak zadatak. Potrebni su veliki napori u tom smislu. Ne treba nešto provoditi što je van domašaja državnih kapacita, jer postoje tu razni primjeri zemalja koji su pokušale nešto da učine i išli teškim putem, ali nisu u tome uspele. S tim u vezi predlažem da ne treba suviše komplikovati zakonodavstvo kada se transponuje u vaše zakonodavstvo. To je nešto što treba izbjegavati. Što se tiče promjena u Evropskoj uniji, treba voditi računa o tome da praksa u ekonomskoj i fiskalnoj oblasti, ova oblast će biti pod strožijom kontrolom. To će vas dugoročno isto pogoditi, jer uz preduslov za članstvo je članstvo u eurozoni. Naravno, to je u daljoj budućnosti, ali to je proces koji treba slediti i treba vidjeti šta se dešava sa zemljama koji imaju obavezu da preuzmu euro, ali to još nisu učinile, kao što je Mađarska, Češka republika i druge zemlje. Želim također da dodam da bi bilo korisno, možda nije preduslov, ali je potrebno da Srbija uspostavi takav kontekst da se ostvari kritična masa koja će preneti evropsku ideju na masu građana. Treba obučiti one koji stvaraju javno mnjenje i svakako to predstavlja dvosmerni proces. Javno mnjenje mora tu da bude prisutno, civilno društvo je veoma važan akter u tom smislu. Bilo bi vrlo korisno da svaka zemlja to da učini samostalno, da ima određeni jezik koji bi omogućio javnom mnjenju da razume ono što se čini, da se ne radi o čudotvornom entitetu, već da se radi o ljudskim bićima koji također čine greške. Tako da javno mnjenje, odnosno stvaranje javnog mnjenja je veoma važan uslov za pristupanje Evropskoj uniji, jer će u dogledno vreme će se održati referendum o pristupanju Evropskoj uniji i treba ovo imati u vidu. Mislim da Evropska unija može da vam pomogne u tom smislu i politika na evropskom nivou funkcioniše različito od politike koja se vodi u pojedinačnim zemljama. Evropska unija u Briselu je mesto vlasti gde se velike politike odluke donose. Dakle, moć je tamo. Dakle, treba shvatiti da Evropska unija predstavlja političku, pravni entitet, a njena kompleksnost, veliki broj institucija koje su tamo, sve to treba im sagledati. Govorili smo o ljudskim pravima. Čak i ako nisu od centralne važnosti za vas, Beogradski Pride je od ključnog značaja. Mi znamo sa kojim se problemima suočavate, ali to sve spada u kopenhaške kriterijume i o tome treba razmišljati ne danas, ne sutra, ali već u sklopu vaše srednjeročne strategije kako bi se razradio građanski koncept. Šta predstavlja građanin Srbije, odnosno vršenje vlasti u jednoj demokratiji. Također treba vidjeti iskustva zemalja koje su dostigle nivo razvoja Srbije. Tu možete mnogo toga naučiti u izradi strategija. Primjeri Nemačke, Ujedinjenog Kraljevstva neće biti tu od velike koristi, već treba vidjeti iskustvo zemalja bivšeg Sovjetskog saveza kada je u pitanju njihova transformacija u demokratska društva. Tu bi također dodao pitanje imidža Srbije. Svjestan sam toga da Srbija je u zaostatku što se toga tiče. To je možda zbog i situacije iz 90-ih godina. Treba promovisati kulturu Srbiju i mislim da malu zemlju meka moć je nešto što ne treba zanemarivati. Mi to znamo iz sopstvenog iskustva u Mađarskoj. Treba slediti primjere malih zemalja koji shvataju važnost promocije tih ideja. Što se tiče, morat ćete da otvarati arhive, tajne policije, šta se dešavalo 1944. godine i kasnije. To je vrlo važno za Srbiju i to je važno i za druge zemlje, susedne zemlje koje bi se svakako radovale takvom jednog koreka. Razmislite o otvaranju arhiva u Nemačkoj, u istočnoj Nemačkoj. To je bilo vrlo teško u početku, ali posle je bilo mnogo lakše i što se pre to uradi, rezultat će biti efikasniji. Sada pitanje centralizovane tradicije u Srbiji. To treba imati u vidu potrebu supsidijarnosti, odnosno spustiti nivo odlučivanja do onog nivoa koji će biti najefikasniji. To neće svakako biti pretnja centralnim vlastima. Trebate imati u vidu različite tradicije koje postoje. Uopšte uzev, kada stvarate sistem, treba da bude labaviji nego li čvršći. Sistemi nekad nisu dobri i ako su manje čvrsto postavljeni, onda postoji mogućnost da se problemi mogu rešavati lakše. Meni se ne sviđa termin Zapadni Balkan. Gde je Severni Balkan? Ja više volim da koristim termin jugoistočna Evropa. Poboljšanje regionalnih odnosa je svakako od ključnog značaja. Poboljšanje, unapređivanje, rešavanje odnosa sa susednim zemljama je preduslov za članstvo u EU, a u zagradama bi rekao da odnosi sa Mađarskom nikad nisu bili bolji. To je istorijsko ostvarenje. Ako pogledamo situaciji pre pola veka i sada situacija je vrlo dobra. Sada vladavina prava, Ustav Srbije, to je opet jedna oblast o kojoj treba raspravljati. Tu mislim da Srbija, da što se tiče pitanja Kosova, to treba pitanje koje se treba rešavati, treba izraditi novi ustav, to je treba da bude na dnevnom redu. To će biti bolno, ali od ključnog značaja da Srbija reši na najbolji evropski način. Hvala na pažnji.
And now I call upon Madam Vučković on behalf of the Serbian Parliament. Mr. Kukan, Mr. Andrić, Ambassador Davenport, dear friends from the European Parliament, I'm very happy indeed that we have gathered today within the CAPC framework. We're continuing a tradition of interparliamentary meetings. We highly appreciate the support of EU Parliament to our Serbian progress it has made towards the EU. This is our main priority and decision. We agree that the agreement signed in 29th of April 2008, we created the basis for and regulated the basis for cooperation between the EU and Serbia. And the main obligations of Serbia is the creation of the free trade zone and overcoming that, and the harmonization of our legislation with the EU acquis. And certainly the implementation of the agreement will be one of the prerequisites for our membership. The SAA, we have a political dialogue, a regional cooperation, services, and the area of justice, freedom, and security. For us in Serbia, the cooperation between Serbia and the EU is of primary importance. We want to build a modern society in Serbia, a society which has to promote the European values. We want to develop our market economy, and where the rule of law will be the same for each and every one. In the SAA agreement, we also agreed we would harmonize our political attitudes with the EU. The EU is the main trade partner with 58% of foreign trade. It's important to state that Serbia used funds from the IPA fund more than any other regional country. We have over 550 projects of trans-border cooperation. As parliamentarians, we want to express our satisfaction as far as what has been decided on the 28th of June this year. It was a historical decision has been confirmed by many of our leaders. Then we know that the reforms which we have to implement have to be implemented here in Serbia. But it is a two-way process. Any positive assessment of our reforms will strengthen our position. And that is why this favorable tone of the 2013 report had a positive impact. Of course, we have to speed up our reforms of the justice, the fight against corruption. In addition to the political will, we have to work on this through the institutions without any abuse. And of course, the respect of human rights of all our inhabitants. And without that, we cannot develop our future administrative capacities. As far as the dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade, I think it's clear that we are dedicated to that. On the 26th of April 2013, the National Assembly approved the position of the government and the agreement in Brussels. Regional cooperation continues with other countries in the SAA framework and with other countries in the region. And we noted that there's a lot of progress in many cases. It's important to work in partnership with these countries also for our membership. We have to find solutions for all the open issues, and this will help speed us the integration of one and all. And of course, the minorities must be protected in order to be able to avoid violence, because violence I would like to remind you also that an important decision was taken in December 2009 when the visa regime was lifted, and it applied to all the inhabitants of Serbia, and they considered this a very important thing. And it's very important for us not to question the visa liberalization. It would be a negative message to our citizens, and we believe it's important to cooperate in this area. We, as a National Assembly, we will keep track and be adopting laws in line with the acquis. It's important that we, of course, keep track and keep pace with the progress in the negotiations. With this strategic document, we have linked up the European acquis and our national legislation. We make the effort to increase the dynamics for the adoption of the acquis. But it's important to strengthen the capacity for a democratic dialogue in the parliament. It's important to establish adequate relations between the government, the opposition, the civil sector, expert groups, and the Speaker of the Assembly mentioned that the National Assembly took steps to formulate what its role will be in the accession negotiations. Let me say that we have set up a working group. The plan is to adopt also a document on this by the end of our December, and it will give a framework. I'm sure that it will reflect also that the majority of our inhabitants are for the EU members. And bearing in mind the importance of parliamentary cooperation, we will insist on intensifying our cooperation with the EU Parliament, with the national parliaments of the EU members, but as well as with other parliaments in the region. We have to be a credible partner and an actor, not an exporter of problems. We want to discuss issues concerning European issues. We are concerned about some populistic attitudes here. Well, how are we going to promote these relations? The application of the Brussels Agreement, its implementation, this will have to be. I emphasize human rights and values. All this is connected with our progress. And economic management. It's certain that Serbia must consolidate its economic system as soon as possible, because only in that way it will be able to implement the reforms as much more quickly. And I believe that the cooperation and support of the EU in economic reforms was very important. I'm sure that the negotiations will begin soon, and I'm sure that today we'll have the possibility to discuss all issues of interest to both sides. Before opening the debate, let me say that we've all agreed that we're working on a higher level. We have, but we are already late an hour. I wouldn't want to limit your debates and discussions, but it's a fact that if we're more succinct, we'll be able to hear more diverse views. So the discussion is open. Would anybody like to take the floor in connection with this issue?
Dame I gospodo.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, Mr. Kukan, Mr. Davenport, MEPs, bearing in mind this lack of time, I will be very brief, and I will say something only in principle about this issue. Considering the position of my party about the European integration process and especially the Stabilisation and Association Agreement, perhaps this position will be different from the prevailing view here. But I believe that it is good to hear it out as well, because it is a part of the range of positions in the Serbian parliament relating to this issue. I believe that this process that we are now taking part in is the process without a clear goal. That goal that we had in the past, that was like accession to the EU and our membership, is now getting lost. And that is an outcome of the objective situation, not only in Serbia but also in the European Union. I believe that Serbia is further away from the membership in the EU than in 2001. In 2001, there was some minimum certainty, like sometime in 2015 or 16, we were to become a member if we meet all the conditions that were clear at the time. Now, in 2013, we do not have that kind of certainty because some of the conditions are not clear at all, and they are highly political conditions and prerequisites which Serbia cannot meet even if it would wish to. But that's not the main problem. The problem is that both the EU and Serbia are in a different position than what they were 10 or 15 years ago. The European Union itself is in a profound crisis. It has been in a recession for years already. It cannot pull out. The member states have huge debts and cannot withstand them. Then there are problems in the functioning of. There are some negative effects of previous enlargement, so the EU is not able to find a way out of its own crisis. Fiscal union was mentioned. Well, it is far from reality because there is no unity of views when it comes to it. So we will be waiting for the outcome of the crisis for a very long time, and we do not know what will happen at the end. Serbia is in a bad position. It is economically underdeveloped. It has a permanent recession. Its employment is 26%. Well, it is the same as in some EU member states, but that is a very high percent. Serbia does not even know where its borders are. Of course, I'm talking about the problem of Kosovo, which is crucial, at least for the European Union, in that system of putting conditions before Serbia. Objectively, we are in a very difficult position to be able to foresee our path. Where is the problem? The answer to the question is that if there is no clear goal, at least we should undertake a reform under the SAA provisions. But unless we have a clear goal, then some provisions need to be reviewed as well. For instance, the provision about foreign trade liberalization or its dynamics, then the provisions on the political dialogue, on good neighborly relations, and even the provisions on the compliance or with the acquis. We have already undertaken harmonization, even though we are not a member. Now we should be aligning our legislation, but our progress is bigger from what the objective goal requires, and I'm afraid that as a state we will end up in a legal vacuum. I just wanted to enumerate some problems because of which my party believes that these relations need to be reviewed in the good spirit, bona fide, rather than in terms of some alternative or anything else. But these indicators are warning us about a good methodical suspicion with which we should start the process. We need to be open for the possibility of adjustment to the actual reality, both in the relations between Serbia and the European Union and within the EU and within Serbia. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Samardžić. Mr. Andrić. Thank you, Chair. I suppose that I can speak Croatian, and then bearing in mind our friends from Hungary, I believe that it will be easier for them to listen to the translation. As the former co-chair of the Joint Parliamentary Committee between the Croatian Parliament and European Parliament, I know that this is a very important date for the overall parliamentary dialogue between the European Union and Serbia, and that is an important step forward. This is an important forum, and over the years you will see the extent to which it will contribute to sensitizing the Serbian public to the European topics. It will impact the reform processing and guiding the political debate about the relations between Serbia and the EU. The colleague MP touched upon an important issue that was not mentioned before. It has to do with the attitude towards the enlargement policy. We were saying up till now that our path was rather specific and that we had economic crisis, financial crisis, enlargement fatigue. It seemed that we were undergoing a new and more demanding method of negotiations. But what is happening nowadays in the EU, from the viewpoint of MEP and member of the committee, accounting committee of the European Parliament, as a member of the Budget Committee, I believe that these topics need to be at a high position in the agenda. All these are important issues within the reform process that you are undertaking at the national level. Three things are important. One is to cultivate the political consensus within the country, because that is the conditio sine qua non for the entire process. Then, the negotiating process that will start at the beginning of next year should be as transparent as possible from the very start, so that the general public can monitor the process, because what needs to be avoided is for some people at the end of the process to ask, well, shouldn't have we known this or that? And it is important to carry this process out in close coordination with the European Union. Unlike the strategic documents from the few years ago within the enlargement process, I have to note a positive evolution, even though this year's strategy paper spoke about return to the foundations. Well, its contents reflect the developments in the EU member states, especially from the viewpoint of economic coordination and economic policies, fiscal monitoring, and everything that takes place within the European semester, where supranational scrutiny is a high priority of the European Commission and the member states. Therefore, this seems to be a very good approach, so that within the accession process, one can see the step that is going to follow. It seems to me that it is important to bear in mind that this new methodological framework has focused on the issue of judiciary and fundamental rights in a way that will be a patent lasting element of negotiations. And I believe that some chapters will be open and closed before these present chapters are closed. We believe that this is a good approach, because they are systemic chapters indicating the will to become an EU member state, and I believe that this is a good lesson learned for the efficiency of the entire process. Also, when we talk about SAA, there is a rather specific aspect to which I would wish to appeal here, namely the SAA, even though it came into force recently in Serbia, when we talk about the trade part, it was applied in the past owing to the interim agreement. And the EU practice is such that in case of enlargement, the trade agreements become adjusted. When Croatia joined the EU, that was a circumstance of that kind. Since then, negotiations started with Serbia. Since the Union now has 28 rather than 27 members, it was important to take into consideration the traditional trade between Croatia and Serbia in the context of Stabilisation and Association Agreement. As you know, and in line with the past practice, when a state becomes an EU member, ex lege membership in the free trade agreement, CEFTA, is suspended, and we were linked within CEFTA until recently, so that therefore it is important to undertake steps in order to bring the negotiations to conclusion. We have been a member now for 6 months, so it's important to finalize this part. What is also important is you should be mindful of the image of the European Union in the general public. What we did not mention today is that efficient use of European funds is very important. IPA 2 has a rather large amount for the next annual financial framework, and it can provide the visible benefit to citizens on what the EU envisages when it comes to redistribution of funds, with a view to improving the regional development, especially considering the quality that is required during preparations for the negotiations. It is also important to enhance all those institutional and coordination mechanisms for absorption of European funds, not only at the central level. It is important to support local and regional bodies that are below the national level. I am certain that we shall have the opportunity to exchange views within other agenda topics. Thank you. Thank you very much. We need this kind of experience. Anybody else would wish to take the floor? Mr. Kacin. Thank you, Chair. The European Parliament will vote in Strasbourg next week on the rebalance of the budget for next year, and we shall vote for the 7-year framework draft, which is the 7-year budget for the EU. As colleague Plenković already mentioned, we have saved a lot of money for IPA funds, but what is new in this budget, especially in the part relating to IPA funds, is that in these negotiations we persisted in keeping these budgets flexible. Namely, we also insisted that the funds that were allocated for IPA funds for individual beneficiary states, unless or in case they were not used, that they can be rechanneled to another state that has the absorption capacity and that is prepared to activate such funds in real time. That is a major step forward compared to our practice to date, and I would wish to urge not only our colleagues here in the Parliament, but the entire Serbian administration. Like colleague Chaplin mentioned earlier, in the process of decentralization, you should create the administrative capacities at the regional and local levels in order to promptly become capable of activating such funds. Namely, my position is that, unfortunately, many local communities in Serbia are understaffed, and they will not be able to present their projects at such a quality level to be able to get funds, for the funds to be granted to them. And therefore, let me send a message that there are possibilities for good material reward to those who are better and more successful, but they need to be assisted by the state, and administrative capacities at the lower level need to be developed. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Selakovic. He left. To Mr. Davenport. Let us move on to item 4, economic development. Now, I again need to ask you to speak succinctly because we do not have too much time. On behalf of my deputies, or Dr. Alexander Tomic will take the floor. Distinguished chairs, Your Excellency, Mr. Davenport, Mr. Kukan, ladies and gentlemen, European parliamentarians, and dear colleagues, parliamentarians from Serbia. The topic that we need to cover today that has to do with economic development in the relations between the European Union and Serbia have a nicer part, and that is this SAA that was signed on the 29th of April 2008. Serbia practically started applying the interim agreement on the January 1st of 2009, and on the 8th of December 2009, the European Union started implementing the interim agreement. It is no longer interim because as of the 1st or since it came into force in the 1st of February 2010 and the decision of the Council of Ministers of the EU of the 14th of July 2010, Serbia, on the 1st of September, got its status and entered into the contractual relationship with the EU relating to this topic. The status of our country is now the status of closest links that a non-member state can have with the EU. How important it was to ratify the contractual relations is indicated by the fact that the European Union is our main trade and investment partner, and every further rapprochement and alignment implies the establishment of the system that is close to those from which expect economic cooperation. For the sake of comparison, the EU accounts for 60% in the overall trade of our country, whereas the share of Russia is 9% and of China 4.4%. In 2012 and in particular in 2013, Serbia achieved important rates of exports owing to our exports to the EU and products such as vehicles produced by the Fiat plant. And therefore coverage of exports by imports is more than 65%, which is unprecedented. It was never that high in the past 2 decades, and the structure of our exports is now different. They are no longer only sugar, strawberries, and maize, or raw materials and intermediaries, but we are also exporting manufactured products. In 2012, the trade exchange amounted to 13.7 billion euros, and in 21 it was 3.8 billion euros. The customs protection, except for certain agricultural products, will be fully abolished in 2014. The coverage of imports by exports in 2008 was 44.4%, and in the first 9 months of 2013 it is 72.05%. The main partners in imports of goods are Italy, Germany, Romania, and Slovenia, and the main partners, according to the statistics for the first 9 months in exports, are Italy, Germany, Hungary, and Poland. In the past 10 years, in Serbia, more than 19 billion euros of direct foreign investments were made. Out of that amount, 60% are investments from the EU states, and this confirms the high level of economic linkage between Serbia and the EU. Therefore, every new stage in the process of accession to the EU, as the entry into force of SAA, means the enforcement of our foundation for future cooperation. In economic terms, what is important is the message to international investors that in Serbia, or Serbia has taken a step forward towards the EU, and that is important for the economic stability is very important. It is important for us to develop the mechanisms of functional market economy, even though the state that has the rule of law has to strive towards aligning its legislation with the EU legislation. That is a prerequisite for attracting foreign investors, both from the EU and from other countries. By entering into force or SAA, some other areas are now important, like the political dialogue, regional cooperation, movement of workers, establishment of businesses, provision of services, movement of capital, public procurement, justice, freedom, and security. In these areas, SAA regulates the obligations and the deadlines that need to be met. After the entry into force of this agreement, the Council for SAA will also consider certain benefits relating to advanced training in line with the procedures in force in the member states and considering the situation in the labor market in such states. What we can conclude based on this topic is that Serbia has fully implemented all of these obligations that it has assumed. The second part of the story about the economic development cannot even be started unless we talk primarily about the fiscal consolidation that practically started after the new composition of the Serbian parliament was constituted in 2012. The Serbian budget is not harmonized with the directives of the EU, but has the obligation to follow a certain pace of financing by the IPA funds through IPA components in the budget. Then the creation of the budget through the framework of the European budget, and it is important to take care of the public debt, donations, investment projects, etc. The economic development cannot be imagined without the comprehensive action plan, and therefore the government of Serbia on the 1st of November 2013 adopted the fiscal strategy for 2014 with the projections for 2015 and 16, envisaging the framework for achieving a more rapid acquisition of full member of the EU by speeding up the economic reforms arising from this agreement. In addition to all the political reforms undertaken by Serbia. As for the harmonization of the acquis, in many areas, when it comes to finances, like customs and taxes, we have achieved a higher level, and in some areas the processes need to be enhanced, like the state aid and auditing. The Ministry of Finance participates in all of the 35 chapters because of the assessment of financial effects of the negotiations, because we need to take into consideration all the financial resources. The screening is very interesting for the Serbian Assembly. It started in October 2013 for Chapter 32 relating to financial oversight. Since in that part there are independent state institutions that practically have the possibility to report to the Serbian Assembly. The economic policy will be pursued by providing for the sustainable economic and financial stability in the next 3 years, putting a stop to the increase of the debt and focusing on the economic development, because we need to reduce the budgetary deficit to encourage economic growth. We need to focus on exports, increase in employment, improvement of the standard of living, and economic activities. The public administration reform needs to be brought to conclusion. That is one of the priorities for creating the better investment climate. What are the priority obligations of the economic development? Primarily, we need to finalize the privatizations of companies that are undergoing restructuring based on the portfolio of the privatization agency. There is 179 of them in Serbia. Serbia has undertaken to bring this process to conclusion by the 30th of June 2014. How can this privatization be finalized? Of course, based on the plan, we have assumed the obligation to create this restructuring plan for public enterprises in order to relieve the public administration of this burden. And in order to implement such a plan, we need to decide on the model within these projects. We shall have the public-private partnership, concessions, and certain public tenders in a transparent manner. That will be our model. As for the public sector reform, it cannot be imagined without the new law, namely amendments to the present labor law, and preparation of the reform of certain pension and disability funds, which is closely related to the reform of the social welfare policy, and that is an important segment of the economic development that Serbia will embark upon. We need to move gradually because these are the most vulnerable social groups. The industrial production in the Republic of Serbia in September 2013, if taken at the level of September, it is high, about 13.4%. The processing industry has registered the growth of 12.2%, and in mining there is an increase of 10.4%, electricity supply 19.8%. As for the support of the state to the economic developments through the reform of the public sector, and has been done by reducing the salaries in the public sector, introducing additional tax, but also credit support to product and export-oriented companies. We are now on our way to finding undertaking activities relating to the third package of electric energy. This has to do with supplies of natural gas, the directive adopted by the European Parliament in 2009. We had adopted the law on social entrepreneurship, which this Parliament adopted some months ago. The reform of the social policy has been started. We have adopted the law on trade in real estate, with direct application of Directive of the European Union, then business operation in electronic trade. The procedures underway are the law on commodity reserves and oil derivatives, in line with the Directive 119 of 2009. An important segment of economic development is the sector of small and medium enterprises. In order for me to show you how important this is in Serbia, about 45.3% of total employment is accounted for by it, and it generates 65.1% of the employment, 39.1% of overall investments, 39% of exports, 59% of imports, and accounts for 33% in GDP of Serbia. By the size, micro companies are most numerous, and the recession crisis has affected this sector the most. Article 95 of SAA, based on this article, Serbia is creating the list in the implementation of this act with the European Commission. It participates through participating in certain international organizations, in projects, through the countries of the Balkans, OECD, EBRD, and European Foundation, which organizes certain trainings. Under preparation is the new strategy for development of entrepreneurship and competitiveness for the period of 2014 to 2020, with new developmental possibilities and support to female entrepreneurship.
Interesting chapters. Chapter 8, the acquis that has to do with obligations stemming from the SAA, which is fully in force between the EU and Serbia. And this acquis is based on Article 37, 101, 105. And in this way, actually Serbia has been engaged in this area since 2005. We have seen what the shortcomings were in the implementation of these laws, and in order to reduce the mistakes in business operations and in the competition, we amended this law, and in this way the level has been raised in this level, and transparency enhanced, and new mechanisms developed for its work. The Lisbon Agreement 195 prescribes that the EU can proclaim competition in tourism through Article 95 of the SAA. We have described the area of tourism, the investments, the share of Serbia in international organizations, and the launch of infrastructural projects. One of such projects which Serbia can boast in the design aspect is Belgrade on the river, and it has intensified topics aimed at enhancing tourism and improved communication with the Secretariat of the European Commission. Article 28 of consumer protection has been adopted through our laws in 2010, but we are moving very slowly in that direction to seek out a good, adequate mechanism for implementing European directives. In all of these chapters, and in other chapters too, we must say that the Parliament, through its activities, has shown a high level of support. The Women's Parliamentary Network, MPs informing a network for the Danubian strategy in implementing the guidelines of the strategy 2020, opening up new jobs, environmental protection, and other areas. And also boards been set up, committees for cooperation with the EU. We believe that the transparency of the system, market economy, social justice, that through all of this, Serbia will become integrated into the European trends. The steps need to be feasible, and the question is to what extent we shall be capable of undertaking these steps in the best possible way with the least possible amount of investment, because hasty steps can cost us a lot. In this way, we have an advantage given the experience of Slovenia and Croatia, our neighbors, and we will see that we can learn from their mistakes and find the best possible ways of implementing everything. On behalf of the European Parliament, Mr. Lajos Bokos.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and privilege to be here in the fascinating building of the Skupština. This is always the time after 2 hours of discussion when the room is starting to empty out. So I would like to just enliven the discussion by throwing to the table a few provocative remarks. The economy is not in good shape in Serbia, and it has to be said. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Speaker both indicated in separate meetings that reforms are not to be implemented exclusively to serve the purpose of EU accession, but even more importantly, for the betterment of society. So I take that perspective rather than the EU accession perspective. Serbia is in a very, very difficult, tight spot for 3 reasons. One is, a distinguished colleague mentioned already, reform fatigue, not only enlargement fatigue, but also reform fatigue across many countries in Europe. The second is that even some of those countries which are already in the European Union, some of the reforms are being reversed rather than directed forward, both in the economy and also in the political side. And third, which is more important, most important perhaps, many of the problems we are discussing today I heard every year in Serbia since the fall of Slobodan Milosevic. I was here 1 month after his fall, and ever since I came at least twice per year as a World Bank official, then with the IMF, then with the European Parliament. This is not a very good picture because time is a very precious commodity. And if we lose time, it doesn't mean that reforms become easier. The recession hit Serbia especially hard. In the last 5 years, there was no growth, no economic growth to speak of. We have an unemployment level of 25–26%. And imagine how much this unemployment would be if it had not been for overemployment in the public sector. Because one of the structural weaknesses of the Serbian economy is that we have over 760,000 public sector employees, more than 10% of the population. This is just an enormous burden on the income generating capacity of an otherwise fragile economy. No surprise, therefore, that this structural weakness is reflected in the fiscal balance as well. Although the fiscal deficit is coming down, even a 4–5% fiscal deficit is too high for a country where there is no growth. It is clear from the fact that the public debt, which was only 40% at the beginning of the crisis, it is now 60%. And it is not perhaps the absolute level which is frightening, but the tendency and the fast growth of public debt compared to GDP. If this trend continues, then the fiscal sector can get into a crisis. It's not me who say that. Deputy Prime Minister Vučić said 1 month ago in a television interview that the state is almost bankrupt. Of course, he added that we will do everything to prevent it. Now, if we want to do everything to prevent it, the name of the game is to implement structural reforms. The previous speaker mentioned many of those usual suspect areas where those structural reforms have been waiting to be implemented in the last 14 years. But let me just highlight some of them once again from my perspective. Restructuring and privatization of state-owned enterprises. Labor market flexibility, wage moderation. Improving the investment and entrepreneurial environment, business environment, in order to facilitate the growth of small and medium-sized enterprises, because they are the ones which will create employment, not the state sector. Then we have the pension reform on the agenda. It has been there for more than a decade by now. It has to be said very clearly that Serbia cannot live with such a low retirement age because we have too many public sector workers, too many retired people. It's a very fast aging society, and there is a huge population decline. How can we offer a perspective to the young people? If we want to be honest with them, we have to say that you will pay at least twice as much in terms of pension contribution in order to bear the burden of a society which is characterized by those factors which I just mentioned. And then, of course, education reform.
I naravno reforma obrazovanja javnog zdravlja.
Yes. All these reforms are essential and key, on the one hand, in order to prevent bankruptcy, on the other hand, to restart sustainable export-led, investment-driven growth. This is exactly what Serbia needs, with or without EU accession. Of course, we are wholeheartedly supporting the accession of Serbia, don't get me wrong. But it is important for Serbia and Serbian society to reach the point of accession when the economy is strong in order to compete with those economies which are already enjoying the benefits of being a member country of the European Union. We need much more investment, we need much more innovation, we need an improvement of competitiveness, we need to have a better, speedier recovery of productivity. Just a small point, the previous speaker mentioned that the export coverage of the import deficit has grown considerably. Yes, it has, because remittances have come down. The balance of payments of the current account deficit has not improved that much, which shows the problems, the underlying problems of loss of competitiveness and productivity. So I would like to ask all distinguished representatives of the Skupština to join forces when it comes to implementing very unpopular economic and structural reforms. This is what is long overdue, and this is not the task of the present government only, as it was not the task of the previous governments exclusively. Some people say in the West that we have a good crisis, quote unquote, good crisis. We should not miss it, we should not waste it. I think we have wasted already too much time in Serbia in order to meet the justifiable expectations of the Serbian people. We have no more time to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bokroš. Otvaram diskusiju po ovoj tački dnevnog reda. Da li se neko javlja? Ako ne, da pređemo na sljedeću tačku dnevnog reda. Unapređenje funkcionisanja vladavine prava, reformu pravosuđa i borbu protiv korupcije i organizovanog kriminala. Izvestioci su Jadranka Joksimović u ime Srpskog parlamenta, gospođa Kinga Gala u ime Evropskog parlamenta.
Joksimović, I give the floor to Madam Kinga. Drage kolege, smatram da je ovo vrlo važan
here in the Serbian parliament, and we are all lucky that we can be part of this moment. And I am also very happy that I can talk about that issue here this afternoon, which was raised today most often from the morning on, and will be raised most often throughout the negotiations and throughout the accession process. And this is not only in the case of Serbia, this has happened in the case of all acceding countries. The issue of rule of law, independence of judiciary, corruption issues were always on the agenda, and as we know, these come back again. As I am Vice Chairman of the Committee of Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs in the European Parliament, I know that remain on the agenda even after accession of a country. So in this light, I want to underline that there has to put a real emphasis on these issues, and that the screening process started with the Chapter 23 is underpinning this fact. And these chapters 23-24 will be opened throughout the negotiation. And in this regard, I do really think that Serbia reached significant progress in the past years. And I think it's right that the Commission called 2013 a historic year for Serbia, also on these issues. And I think it was important that Serbia showed its commitment on this field by the adoption of several action plans, the action plan on the reform of judiciary, the anti-corruption strategy, the anti-discrimination strategy, and initiated the requested changes in the legislation. I think these will come up again and again, and even in the Parliament report, which will be voted first in the Foreign Affairs Committee and then on the plenary, these will be acknowledged. About independence of judiciary, I think undoubtedly will help Serbia's efforts to improve the efficiency and independence of the whole judicial system. But I would like to underline that the emphasis should be on the implementation, and the legislative and constitutional framework requires further strengthening, and this has to be seen also on the everyday level, on the level of the everyday life, and it's not because EU requires this or a session requires this, but it's because I think, and we should also all believe, that this is in the interest of Serbian citizens. Then it's the same with the fight against corruption. The zero tolerance policy of the government and the introduction of the new strategy are important developments for the future. And I think we have to welcome Serbia's investigation into corruption cases, that these have been stepped up. But here we also see that the implementation of the legal framework, the efficiency of anti-corruption institutions require further improvement. And there are still concerns about ongoing problems with regard to corruption cases against Serbian business community. And for example, we in the Parliament, European Parliament, has repeatedly asked for the Serbian authorities to address these issues, the form of the law and the application in practice. If we listen carefully to what has been said today and what is repeatedly said in the progress report or in the European Parliament resolution on Serbia, it comes always to two main horizontal issues. And one, the largest one, I would call the emphasis on implementation. The importance of proper implementation of legislation. And this in some areas might mean that additional laws have to be adopted on resources or finances to be able to execute the original legislative aim. In other fields, it's about capacity building or training or political will on all fields. But we do think that the implementation of the legislative framework of the laws really shows what has actually changed in Serbia and what is in force and what does actually happen. And this is important for Brussels, for the process, but as I already mentioned, for the citizens of Serbia. Another issue which is very closely related to this implementation is the stable legal environment. I think this is very important, that if there is something good adopted, then it should be implemented, but it should be kept and not changed or not cut back. And here I would refer to an experience in which Serbia was unique, because with the adoption of the law on national minorities, national minority councils, I refer to something which was innovative, we think it's good, will work if properly implemented. So I would like to raise your attention that it's very important that the competencies of the national councils should not be curtailed, and that these competencies should be guaranteed in the future. What is good and what works should remain. And another issue which is again very important and is a horizontal issue which has to be addressed. It's the principle of anti-discrimination. That is very strictly linked to the fundamental rights and rule of law, which will appear again and again throughout the process. It is good that there is a separate strategy, but it is important that whenever implementing laws, whenever using the legislative framework, the non-discrimination principle should be there, should be present in all aspects, should it be media use or judiciary, and it should be on all levels of the decision-taking. We witness and we hear that it's sometimes very nice on the level of the existing legislation, but when it comes to the implementation and when it comes to the actual life, this might be problematic. And in this context, I would like to raise an issue which is very interesting because I think it has to be changed. It's still an existing legislation on collective guilt, and I do think that this has to be changed because it does not allow that the whole law on rehabilitation, for example, should get a non-discriminative approach, and therefore it's important that these steps should be taken in time. So just to sum up briefly, I think that Serbia made important steps, and we have to welcome these steps, and we know that the work what has to be done is still a lot, and the path is still long because we all know who followed association and enlargement in the previous phases. But when we talk about rule of law, when we talk about these issues about independence, about corruption, and fight against corruption, about anti-discrimination, what I would like to underline again and again is not that this is done not for the EU only, it's done for Serbia and for the benefit of the citizens, of all citizens in Serbia.
Thank you. Sada bih zamolio gospođu Jadranku Joksimović, pardon.
Zahvaljujem, gospodine predsjedniče.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to wish you welcome and to say how pleased we are that this first meeting is organized. I welcome all our dear friends and guests from the European Parliament. The issue of improvement of the rule of law, in particular, bearing in mind the judiciary reform and the fight against corruption and organized crime, that really is a political matter, and these are political issues par excellence for any country, including Serbia. Like the previous speaker underlined, these are the issues that were always raised and will be raised in the future. They are the issues, the questions with which you can start or end the negotiations. They can always be reopened. These issues that we can open in any other country are characterized by the same thing. Well, they are always attacked by politics. They are always attacked by what comes from the political sphere, and that has some problem-raising elements. The implementation process, the process of implementation of what we will adopt in our legislation is a challenge to be faced by Serbia in the future. It is already a challenge even now. We as parliamentarians do have to give inputs to the broad public and to our society when it comes to launching not only of the standards from the European acquis, but we also need to promote the understanding of the process itself. In order for the process to be understood, we have to sometimes give a simplified but explicit and cost-benefit analysis in what it is that is to be gained or lost by this process, relating to chapters 23 and 24, with which Serbia started, in a way, a more specific process of accession. Sometimes it seems that these issues are difficult to be understood by the general public and they are somehow far away from the common life, but often they are part of the daily life and they are part of what the citizens expect from their own state. Therefore, the improvement of the rule of law and the reform of the judiciary and fight against corruption are really given the priority at the beginning of the structural reforms undertaken by the government of Serbia. But we emphasize not only the importance of the government, that is the stakeholder, still there is a social consensus, I believe, when it comes to the need for this kind of internal reforms. Like the previous speaker said, it is not our goal only to harmonize our legislation with the acquis, but really to improve practically the lives of our citizens. And thus, we intend to become a quality candidate for accession to the EU. So we are not there to only benefit from the EU accession, but to also actively contribute to the EU. Within the process, we have the issues relating to the justice, freedom, security, everything that is related to chapters 23 and 24. Perhaps I would say that chapter 23 is really a political chapter par excellence, relating to the reform of the judiciary, anti-corruption policy, fundamental rights, and the rights of the citizens of the EU. Because of this cross-border character, it impacts the rights of the EU citizens, namely all benchmarks need to be met, because a successful fight against organized crime does not stop on the borders of the EU or borders of Serbia. Just the same applies to migrations and all those processes that have to be adequately regulated in our country, where we need to apply high criteria in order to protect the rights of citizens of Serbia and of the EU citizens, and we are aware of all these aspects. When it comes to the reform of the judiciary, and some achievements in our legislation were already mentioned, but let me just enumerate something that perhaps the MPs do not know, namely, in the legislative framework between April and November 2013, the MPs of the National Assembly adopted the law on special measures for preventing the commission of crime, then the law on confiscation of the proceeds of crime. That is the supported pillar to the segment of 23 that has to do with the anti-corruption and fight against crime. Then the law that envisages a more efficient procedure that will strike the balance between the general and individual interests, as well as some. There is also the decision mentioned about the establishment of the Council for National Minorities, and underway are the debates on the law on amending the law on public prosecutor's office, the law on amending the law on judges, the laws on amending the law on the organization of courts, then the law on the seats of courts and public prosecutor's office. Instead of 34, we will increase the number of basic courts to 66. These are some specific details which I need to highlight when it comes to the improvement of the legislative framework. Then there is the bill on amending the law on ratification of the Convention on presentation of evidence abroad in civil and trade and commercial matters. And another important activity has to do with the draft law on amendments to the law on extrajudicial procedure, on civil procedure, and the amendment to the law on the ombudsman. All these issues are now happening or are being discussed in Serbia relating to the improvement of the legislative framework. But what has reflected our political will, but also the general will to improve this important segment, is precisely the strategy for the judiciary reform that is envisaged for the period between 2013 and 2018. Of course, one of the complaints in the previous reports of the European Commission was that we would need to improve the process of consultations with stakeholders. It seems that in this period we managed to organize it. We continued discussing the newly received comments relating to the national strategy. The subgroups were supported by representatives of the international organizations and associations that actively participated and contributed by their comments. Therefore, the successful draft of the judiciary reform was adopted by the government of the 18th of July 2013. This is important because it has established right direction and a list of priority, but last but not least, the pace of guided reform activities. Of course, the responsibility has been delegated to the respective commission that reports to the government, and it has to monitor all the activities. And to the extent to which the Parliament was to participate in this process, I have to say on behalf of my colleagues that we had a quality debate relating to the draft proposal for the judiciary reform. We adopted various comments and diverse opinions. We need to note, as one of the inputs when it comes to reform of the judiciary, is that new judiciary professions have been introduced. They are the enforcers, public notaries, and interpreters. They were the segments that were lacking in our judiciary system of the Republic of Serbia, and all binding procedures for passing the exams have been launched, and they will give shape to these new professions. One of the criteria of independent judiciary is precisely this impartiality of judges that was mentioned before. It has been improved owing to the automated allocation of cases. It has been introduced to all basis and commercial courses, which is an important step forward when it comes to the improvement of the criteria of impartiality and independence and professionality of the judiciary function. I mentioned all this because I believe that it is important to know what it is that is being done specifically in this segment of the legislative activity of the National Assembly, which is which is supported and maybe even initiated by the political will of the government of Serbia. When it comes to the fight against corruption and organized crime, the government of the Republic of Serbia has focused from the very beginning on bearing in mind the zero tolerance message, has focused on investigations at all levels and especially high-profile cases, and that is the focus of the first Deputy Prime Minister, who is in charge of these issues. And we tackled the problematic privatizations that this was identified by the Anti-Corruption Council, and this council is dealing with these issues like the European Council envisages it. What is also important, and in some recommendations that we drafted together, is to highlight the political will in this segment. At the same time, that often causes criticism when it comes to the shortage of the institutional framework. namely the political will prevails. I have to say that criticism can be justified by in a society that we had in Serbia for a long time, where problems were the reflection of strong political and tycoon lobbyists. We had a collusion between crime and politics. It was really the political will that had to initiate these activities. And now it is the obligation of our society and us as MPs and all representatives of the government of Serbia to shape this political will in continuity into a serious institutional system that will guarantee impartiality, efficient investigations, criminal prosecutions, and conviction of perpetrators of corruption and organized crime. And therefore, we need additional human resources and financial resources relating to witness protection, protection of whistleblowers, and financial intelligence services, and the Special Prosecutor's Office for Organized Crime. You know that the strategy for anti-corruption strategy has also been adopted. It has included all stakeholder institutions, considering the positive examples from the region. As I said earlier, that is the problem that goes beyond the borders of Serbia. That is the problem that has to do with the European Union and the entire region. The goal of this strategy is how this structural approach that deals with issues such as good governance, independent institutions, protection of whistleblowers, and this sectoral approach that relates to corruption in all sensitive sectors, including the judiciary and the police and education and healthcare and landscape planning, city planning, etc. At the same time, I would highlight the complementary role of the Anti-Corruption Agency and the Anti-Corruption Council. And therefore, a good balance has been achieved in order to more easily implement and monitor the strategy and interagency cooperation. Of course, the anti-corruption and policy and the fight against organized crime remain in the focus of this government. And in the coming period, we expect that numerous bylaws that are lacking for full implementation, as Mrs. Gall excellently noticed, that is the main challenge. That is the implementation of all the strategies, and they need to be fully implemented. Anyhow, what is up to us as parliamentarians is to be proactive in initiating perhaps some new legal regulations, in communicating to the broad public with regard to the most important issues from chapters 23 and 24 and everything that was mentioned, media strategy that is necessary to be adopted as soon as possible. We are working on it. Then there are many public debates, public hearings, and of course anti-discrimination strategy is there, as well as the fundamental human and minority rights, in particular bearing in mind one of the problems that is again ahead of us, or that is a challenge, and that is the ban on the Pride Parade this year. These are all challenges, but allow me to assure you that the political will and institutional will do exist in Serbia for us to improve all of these unfinished parts of the chapters.
Thank you, Mr. Jelko Kacin. Thank you, Chairman. I should like to add a few very specific challenges regarding chapters 23 and 24. I think it is very important that we speak about these issues at this meeting, because for the opening of those chapters, some time will be required. The time will not be short, and we will just imagine the length, the duration of time which it took Montenegro to open chapters 23 and 24. And if you don't follow what the events in Montenegro, which is not a very popular topic, and we reflect on its positive and negative experience, because it is a problem for you, because you keep thrusting them as an example, and you will have true difficulties in opening these chapters in 2015. And here, unrealistic expectations can cause frustration. And if the representatives of state who speak publicly of this give the impression and raise expectation that cannot be fulfilled, this causes a very big collateral damage. Here, one spoke of the seizure of assets proceeding from crime. I would like to point out here, because was also stated how this proceeds were being managed. I would like to say that we should underline that it is temporary seizure and temporary freeze, which calls for management of temporarily frozen assets. If these assets are destroyed, and if you abide by the presumption of innocence until the final conviction, if not here, then at least in Strasbourg, where the final verdict will be handed down, and which needs to be covered by the budget of Serbia, because very large amounts of money will have to be set aside. I'm not threatening here. I don't want to be the spokesman of negative situations, but I would like to say that this might very well happen, and one must be very wary on that account. Only a few months elapsed since our latest parliamentary report, where for the very second time we concisely and eloquently in both languages wrote down what our expectations were concerning Article 352. This is, as it would seem, that the people implementing this cause are simply illiterate. We spoke addressed the compromise amendments, which will be voted in December. The colleagues perceive in having this reappear again. As regards Article 234, there's not only a question of a continuation of the abuse of Article 234, which speaks of abuse of position, racketeering, seizure of property. And if someone is detained and kept there for a year and even more, and if you discontinue detention and assets are still being blocked, even now for a period of 4 years, this property will be destroyed, and this will be affect the budget of Serbia. Therefore, I believe that the implementation needs hasty reactions, and perhaps Mr. Davenport could speak of the benchmarks. If no breakthrough is made, then the preconditions for the opening of these chapters will not be met. And it's not a Montenegrin story. It will be a never-ending story, and Serbia will have to compensate everything that has been omitted. Populistically speaking, this might seem a large stride forward, but is not a stride forward in strengthening the rule of law. Thank you. Jadranka. I would like to perhaps explain something, clarify something, given the information we have. Following the adoption of the law on seizure of assets, which was in force since 2003, the Ministry of Justice set up a working group for drafting bylaws. One of the working groups developed bylaw instructions for managing seized assets and the cost of maintaining these assets and about the minutes regarding these assets and the way records are kept and the instructions on badges and all of those who are involved in enforcement measures. These bylaws have been forwarded to the parliamentary committees for opinion, and when the texts are harmonized, bylaws will be passed on the basis of the usual procedure and will come into force. I can say that we have reached the final phase of entering in the database of such information that was a year ago when this proposal was in fact put forward and which was financed by the European Commission and the Council of Europe. I can give you, well, in any case, these bylaws will have to be enacted quite soon, so you are right in saying that it is a very important topic and can generate all sorts of effects, but work is being done in this field, and I hope that this will be successful in Serbia so that we avoid potential situations that you described. As regards to the second part and Article 234 of the Criminal Code, Article 21 of the Criminal Code, a new criminal offense has been introduced, which means, in fact, mismanagement, which is now cancelled, derogated, and now increased protection to social property in cases where there is no intention of gaining profit from them. And this is something which has not been present and embodied in the European laws. In 234, the abuse of position of a responsible person is now introduced because of the need to distinguish between a responsible and official person, because 239 equates these two categories. This has no justification because here we are dealing and addressing two different actors and given the specific aspects that was present in our legal practice, we devised this concept, which has not been really well understood as far as I can see. We as MPs who are not addressing such specific issues, now these are the clarifications that we have to put forward, but we have to see what the groups will do further in finding the most adequate solution. Anyone else? Thank you. Since we are late, we are 45 minutes overstepped our program. We will not make a break. And now I would turn the chair to Mr. Kukan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are running behind the planned schedule, but we are cutting down the deficit, which is a promising news. It's Friday anyhow. Weekend is knocking on the door. Tomorrow is Saturday. We can enjoy our meeting and have a long day today. So let's start the discussion on the agenda item number 6, which is dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. I have the names of two speakers on my list, Madam Vukomanovic from Serbian side and Mr. Kacin from European Parliament side. We shall start with the lady, Ms. Diana Vukomanovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Poštovane dame I gospodo, koleginice I kolege,
distinguished colleagues, MPs, EMPs, I would like to welcome you at this historical moment. As mentioned by the previous speakers and Mr. Davenport, head of the EU delegation, as we are now embarking on our constituent meeting of our Stabilisation and Association Committee. A very successful political meeting has been concluded in Mitrovica in function of normalization of relations between Belgrade and Pristina. We are now at a turning point in history. This dialogue is stabilizing a political process which started in 2008 with the signing of the SAA, but also with the unilateral declaration of independence of Kosovo, which some countries of the EU have not yet recognized, and talks between Belgrade and Pristina are status neutral, and this is something that we all agree upon. So this is under UN Resolution 1244. But as I've already said, historical progress has been registered, and here we're not only speaking of a peacetime environment, but of institutions and mechanisms to make this agreement applicable. This agreement governs principles for normalizing relations and was signed in April. Now we are in the progress of elections, which will give legitimacy to the process, to the citizens. We all belong to different political parties, but we are all politicians in a sense, and the electoral process in Kosovo is likely to succeed. The boycott has not succeeded, and Mr. Kacin and others have also said that there still some suspicion about this, but as far as we can see, no disastrous situation has occurred to undermine the electoral process. I will not quote all the relevant data, but I would like to say that the turnout was very large, about 46%, but doubly lower in the north of Kosovo compared to the first round. But in November 17th, we have the repeat elections, and then we have the second round of elections. As I've already said, there are institutional mechanisms. I would like to stress that you, as people who are familiar with mechanisms for negotiation, as you know, working groups have been formed within the framework of the negotiation process for the adjustment of the legal framework, the setting up of the Association of Serbian Communities and judiciary, a working group devoted to the police, and also we have the question of the transparency of financial institutions, and also negotiations are underway regarding all agreements regarding the IBM. As you can see, this is a very diverse negotiating progress. As for the Serbian side, the focus point is the remaining of Serbs in this area and to give their democratic voice in this respect, and they are actively supported by Belgrade. The highest officials of Belgrade have come to Kosovo, have contacted the population, have mobilized the population to take part in the elections at the very beginning. Some institutions, some funds have been put in place for viable development, sustainable development in Kosovo. For the development of the community of Serbian municipalities. These are very concrete institutions that are now on paper and that need to be realized in practice. The negotiating process between Pristina and Belgrade evolved in a specific political environment aiming at stabilizing and normalizing the situation, but we cannot be happy with the ethnically motivated incidents that took place during the electoral process, but we would also like to stress the constructive role and the presence of the KFOR, of EULEX, the OSCE, and this chain of cooperation with the local authorities has yielded excellent results. We must note that there are still in Kosovo a high level of mutual fear, and we need to maintain coexistence between the ethnic communities, but still international presence will be required. I should like to quote a few figures. In the north, for 14 years, there was no electoral cycle, and that's why of this kind, Belgrade provided active support to one of the electoral lists, to the civic initiative. Srpska. Mr. Kacin will also give his opinion on this, but at this moment I would like to note that this electoral process has brought to a plurality in the Serbian community, besides the great civil initiative, the Alliance of Kosovo Serbs, the Independent Party, and then the initiative of Mališević. So in 6 municipalities, we have 4 or 5 electoral lists of Serbs in Kosovo. So this is a speedy lesson in democracy and the need to form institutions, because at the local level and people who live in given municipalities in Kosovo and Metohija manage their everyday life. And on this point, a consensus has been reached. We believe that politicians, the highest politicians of Serbia and Pristina, have to show the willingness to pursue dialogue. We're optimistic in this sense, and this will evolve in line with the strengthening of pro-European capacities in Serbia, and will lead to a multicultural coexistence in Kosovo and Metohija. Thank you.
Very much. The floor.
Thank you. I would like to underscore that it's very important that Madam Diana Vukomanovic mentioned that this dialogue is being carried on within a framework, neutral framework, and this ought to be stated because this is another message to people who have come to Mitrovica. So many people have come to Mitrovica to that rally, and the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina couldn't exist if there weren't those 5 countries who still didn't recognize Kosovo, but if they didn't give the green light to Catherine Ashton to help and promote this dialogue. So it's all status neutral, and that's the way it should be understood. Therefore, we commend everybody who were involved in the dialogue, who achieved such results. It's not only on the level of Belgrade, Pristina, and Brussels, but elements of that dialogue can be found in international meetings in the region, where the climate has much improved, also for the participants from representatives from at flights when both prime ministers fly from New York on the same flight, and they carry on this dialogue. So it's a dialogue stretching to the Security Council. It is a package which is commendable and should be rewarded. So we have political courage, political maturity, and a political vision, which is bringing closer Serbs and the entire region of Western Balkans towards the EU. I'm not speaking only of Serbia, Kosovo, but also of Bosnia and Herzegovina. All that has been achieved is an example also for the political elites in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Macedonia, from which they can learn a lot. The unimpeded implementation of the agreement is important if we want to ensure the succession to the and the relations between Belgrade and Pristina must be promoted in the sense of normalization. As far as the elections on the 3rd of November, some results were certainly achieved, except for the 3 voting places where the elections will be repeated. So all of the deputies have been elected, and that is why I want to state that after the second round of elections, there will be an end to the political discourse which is dividing Belgrade Serbs from Tači Serbs. It's a question that is unacceptable. All Serbs who attended the elections, participated in the elections, gave their important contribution to the strengthening of the Serbian community and its maintenance. The turnout in the southern region was great, and I think it's time to take to note that the potential electorate living is not living in the northern part of Kosovo, and that will certainly, their participation will certainly contribute to the creation of the community of municipalities. But Serbia is sending different messages. It's been said, one message is that Belgrade is coming back to Kosovo through the community of Serbian, but the messages to us abroad are different. I understand what the needs are in an electoral campaign, but I plead for political maturity. I think the biggest problem of the citizens in northern Kosovo are the extremist groups, Obraz and so on, and they had a very negative effect. The voters are intimidated. They were pictures were taken of them. That is absolutely unacceptable, and I think it's high time that Belgrade also develops a different set of relations with the Serbian community there. I would like to indicate the question of the police and the judiciary there. I hope that after the second round, that they will be, to a greater extent, integrated in the Kosovo institution. The policemen should be encouraged for enrolling into the police force of there was just one application and people are living in fear. They should be encouraged to ensure their social security, safety in these integrated police forces. On the other hand, more has to be done in order to withdraw the parallel structures. I'm not speaking of education. I'm not speaking of the local government, of health. These are not the parallel structures. These are elementary needs of the Serbian community in Kosovo. The future dialogue, a new round of dialogue in 2014 will have to be dedicated to the question of the missing persons, of irrespective of nationality, question of the Serbian Orthodox Church and its property, and we have to see also how to resolve the question of how to resolve the status of teachers, of doctors and medical staff, and people who are working in companies. It's important to inform people and to revive the economy. The reality will appear after the second round. This community is unavoidable, and its status, the Copenhagen criteria speak of regional stability and cooperation. The question this is not a question that we are questioning the position, the role. But these are all principles which have been criteria which have been adopted and which we have to face and accept and which you're facing today. I think that also from this podium, visa liberalization has to be applied also to Serbs in Kosovo. I mean, we have to prolong the EULEX mission must be continued, and KFOR must continue with its work. All that is in the focus of the fight against corruption and the rule of law. And the question of language, as once I greeted Mirdita, a Kosovo delegation from Pristina here, and they still call me Mr. Mirdita. I think that the question of the status of the Serbian and Albanian language has to be posed. As we have this linguistic wall, we have to encourage the young people to learn these languages. We have to encourage people in Serbia to learn Albanian. This will be a way to convince also Albanians in Kosovo to start learning Serbian. And this is due to practical reasons. I think that maybe also the EU could give its support, material support. That would be a very affirmative, and it would have an important moral value, and it would contribute to mutual confidence, and it would contribute to the dialogue which we all have to face. But when speaking of Serbia and Kosovo, when you have majorities and minorities, whoever they may be, I thank you.
For your interventions, comments. The distinguished gentleman with the mustache sitting in the back. I apologize, I do not know your name, but I try to describe you in a nice way.
But anyway, I thank you that you recognize me with mustache. Okay. I'm Slobodan Samardžić, member of the Parliamentary faction of Democratic Party of Serbia in Serbian Parliament. Poštovane dame I gospodo, važno...
Ladies and gentlemen, and although we are politicians, we have to use a language not to cover up matters, but to be... There's a lot of euphemisms about when we discuss Kosovo today, namely that Serbia and Kosovo should develop good neighborly relations and they should normalize their relations. But I will remind you of a fact. 23 EU countries recognized the independent Kosovo, 5 didn't. EU's attitude towards Kosovo is as if it were a state. An SAA process has begun, but to the Article 207, the accession process begins with a country, a state, or a group of states. So it's being treated as a state, and in this process, we have, there's another important element, namely that Serbia should recognize Kosovo. So this language of normalization is that Serbia, step by step, on its way to EU, recognizes the independence of Kosovo. But let me remind the German list of 7 conditions set by Germany, and the 7th point that Serbia has to sign with Kosovo a binding legal act. So it's not a question of status quo. European Union its attitude is as if it were an independent country. It uses, however, a language which is concealing this. And a language is being used so that Kosovo, independence of Kosovo would be accepted also by our people. This process has reached its peak on the 19th of April when the first agreement was signed, and this agreement foresees these elections and the setting up of the community of municipalities, Serbian municipalities, within the Kosovo legal framework. And so this was the conditions set by the EU. You see, this agreement, we won't go into its details. I just indicated this element of the legal framework of Kosovo. This agreement leaves a negative impact on the legal framework of Serbia. I don't know whether the European gentlemen, that this agreement hasn't been published in the official gazette, that we don't have, they haven't published the implementation act, nor have the 2 other agreements been published in the gazette. So they're not really in force. However, the bodies of Serbia and its inhabitants have to act according to this, according to these agreements. However, in front of the Constitutional Court, my party has raised the issue of constitutionality of these agreements. But everything seems as if it's done according to the Constitution and law. I'm sorry that also the EU is taking this attitude. When the Serbs in Kosovo, if they had a choice, without democracy you don't have choice, they would vote for remaining in Serbia. First, however, those of south of Ibar don't have that possibility, nor now also those in northern Kosovo. And now this entire process with Serbia 2001 is how to ensure democracy and the rule of law. So this was coercion towards the elections. You've mentioned, we've heard some figures. In 2008, when Serbia organized local elections in 24 municipalities, 54% of Serbs attended the elections, and the local bodies have become a part of the Serbian authorities, a network. But you see now, let us be quite clear. In the south, this process has been going on for 5 years. While in the north, this is happening for the first time. And do you know the result? 85% of the electorate didn't turn out for the elections. Not that somebody banned it, but that's their will. With their active boycott, they have showed that there is a choice to vote or not to vote, and they've opted not to vote. And you have to respect that from the democratic point of view. So when speaking of democracy, of the will of people, we have to respect these people, and we shouldn't coerce them to attend the elections. And with that, I will wind up. Irrespective of what the result will be, the creation of the Association of Serbian Municipalities, this will be a shadow in our relations. The governments of Serbia have accepted this pressure coming from the EU in order to achieve its membership. But there will be this shadow among the people in Serbia. People are in Kosovo, as I have mentioned, 100% people, if they had the opportunity, would vote for Serbia instead of Kosovo. And 85% did not turn out at the elections. And they've shown what their position is. Thank you.
Mr. Samardzic, thank you very much for your contribution. Madam Vukomanovic.
With full respect for the political position of the Democratic Party of Serbia that is well known, which is represented by Professor Samardzic, allow me to indicate the fact 2/3 of the composition of the Serbian parliament provided the legitimate support to the Brussels Agreement, to the text that was transparent, that was publicized in the public media. So they are not some secret agreements on which most of the population would not be informed through the media. Very few people read the official gazette. I appreciate the fact that the Democratic Party of Serbia insists on the legality. But we are talking about legitimacy here. It is the task of all politicians to take decisions in which the citizens of Serbia are interested, all of them. We can mention various figures here, but as far as I know, there is never a 100% support to one option in the election process. This is pluralism. Democracy is a process of uncertain outcome, but it is important to mention that Kosovo and Metohija is not a political area just like any other. It was affected by a conflict in the past, and lives of people are still threatened there. So this majority coalition took a politically courageous decision, and let me remind you that the former ruling coalition in 2008 did not have a democratic or political response to the unilateral proclamation of Kosovo's independence and burning of foreign embassies in the 21st century. And it was a demonstration of powerlessness, but that cannot contribute to the long-term survival of the Serbian population in Kosovo and Metohija. Thank you, Chair. With full respect and appreciation for years-long political experience of Professor Samardzic, I would like to underline that today's big turnout of Serbs in northern Mitrovica is the best proof that the population has finally understood that by self-isolation and exclusion from political life at the local and every other level, they are working to their own detriment. In Serbia, there were different governments, different political coalitions, but for the first time this year, precisely today, we have such a large and positive turnout, and I believe that when we, as the European Union, work to stabilize the entire region and to enlarge the EU, we need to send a message about the clear European perspective to people no matter where in the Western Balkans they live, be that Serbs in Kosovo. Only the European multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-confessional Kosovo can meet such expectations of Kosovo who have remained in Kosovo to live there, and therefore we need to be committed to their priorities and to their survival in Kosovo. The change of ethnic composition because of economic or political or any other reasons showed too many times up till now that what happened in the territory of Croatia and the departure of Serbs from Croatia certainly was not useful for Serbs who used to be there. We are working on intensifying the Serbhood. We are committed to that, and we shall continue to work towards that aim. But when what the European Union has done, my personal experience of being in the European Parliament for almost 10 years and bearing in mind my responsibility for this country, when I assumed the responsibility of the rapporteur for Serbia for the first time, the name of the country was the State Union of Serbia and Montenegro. Certain changes occurred. Now I am in charge of Serbia only, but a long time ago, 10 years ago, I did not get the mandate to deal with Kosovo. Kosovo is a separate entity due to some historic reasons that arise mainly from the negative developments in 1999, which resulted in the intervention and prevention of certain developments that would end badly, both for the minority and for the majority population in Kosovo. Had not the scenario been prevented, I believe that we need to be committed to the future. And it is very good that this first constituent meeting should encourage the Kosovo Serbs. And this is the main challenge of our being together today. Thank you.
Professor Samardžić, I don't want to impose anything, but let's not continue very much this political ping-pong. Let's make one statement where you will really express your basic position, and then let's try to end it. Thank you. Please, floor is yours.
Hvala. Dva stava da iznesemo. I did not say that the normalization agreement is clandestine. I just said that it was not publicized in the official gazette, and that is the constitutional accident. We do not have the official version. If somebody wants to read it, one has to log on private websites. And you will admit that it's a rather abnormal situation for a state, because through this agreement the state is to give up a part of its territory. When it comes to the common problems between Serbia and Kosovo, we are in a peace situation, not only today, but since 2000, after the major changes that took place in October 2000 in Serbia. Nobody could imagine that Serbia was going to solve the problem by force. In the peaceful situation, we wanted to find a compromise solution rather than to impose a solution, and that is the sin of Washington and Brussels, because they opted for imposing a solution and they cannot end up well. That's all from me.
Any further requests for the floor? That's not the case, so I conclude the discussion on this agenda item, and we go to the agenda item number 7, another important issue, regional cooperation and regions' progress towards the EU membership. Here again I have two names on my list, Ms. Zuzana Grubješić and Andrej Plenković. We shall start again with the lady. Zuzana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. S obzirom da kasnimo,
since we are late already, and since more attention was paid to some other topics, I will be brief, talking about the regional cooperation and progress of the region towards the EU membership. It was already mentioned, and this topic was already mentioned, so I need not go into any details when it comes to it. But if necessary, I can take part in a debate. Taking the region at large, Mr. Kacin is not here, but we see and we know that Montenegro has made the best progress. It has already started the negotiations process. Serbia is behind it. It should start this process at the latest by January 2014, in line with the conclusions of the European Council of 28th of June this year. Behind us are Macedonia, because of the conflict related to its name, conflict with Greece. Macedonia cannot start the negotiations. Then Albania and Bosnia and Herzegovina have some internal reasons, and unfortunately they were not given the candidacy status. And that's the situation if you take a look at the countries in the region. All countries in the region share the same goals, and that is improvement of the standard of living of their citizens, improvement of the socio-economic political cooperation with the neighboring states, and membership in the EU. Serbia has good economic relations with the countries in the region, both bilateral and within CEFTA, Energy Community Treaty, and SAA. The CEFTA region is one of the rare regions in which Serbia has a surplus in its trade, and they are the second most important market for us after the EU market. As for the regional cooperation, over the past several years it was expanded and improved and strengthened, and Serbia had a visible role in that. Serbia wishes to support the European prospects of the entire region, advocating security, stability, good relations in the Western Balkans. All misunderstandings and outstanding issues have to be resolved peacefully and in the spirit of cooperation. Serbia actively improves its relations with the neighboring states through participation in regional fora and through bilateral relations. As Mr. Davenport mentioned, in the last progress report of the European Commission, it is stated that bilateral relations with the countries in the region have been improved compared to the previous reporting period. Numerous visits took place and meetings at the topmost level, and regional cooperation is among the priorities of the foreign policy of Serbia. What is somewhat slower, that is the process of true reconciliation of peoples in Western Balkans. It has been lasting for long. It is a complex and difficult process, but there is no alternative to this process. There is an alternative to the European Union, but not an alternative to the process of reconciliation in the Balkans. The peoples from this region are used to living either together or next to each other. But certainly they have to live in peace, and that is most important. Thank you.
The floor goes to Andrej Plenković.
Hvala lijepa.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on what colleague Grubješić already mentioned, of course, the issue of regional cooperation and good neighboring relations is an unavoidable element of the European integration process. including for Serbia and for all other states of the region of Southeast Europe. In that context, the report of the European Commission has summarized the main elements in the progress achieved by Serbia in that respect in the past year. It seems that some aspects need to be pointed out in terms of horizontal issues that in a way are residual issues after the breakup of the former Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and all those developments that brought about the succession issues, the issues of demarcation of borders, and additional efforts that are necessary relating to deciding about the fate of missing persons, which is a major problem, which among other is also manifested in Croatia, where I come from, but also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Kosovo, and in other states. Over the past years, that was a serious problem. And it is necessary to continue criminal prosecution of perpetrators of war crimes. And therefore, we need to continue bilateral and multilateral cooperation that exists between the prosecutors' offices in the region, but also within the context of the overall judicial cooperation and multilateral cooperation in this region. And therefore, there is a lot of room for additional effort. One of the crucial issues relating to the regional cooperation is the respect for minority rights. It is important that it is in line with the European acquis. The strong national framework is required, but also it is necessary to comply with bilateral relations that have been signed, in particular with the neighboring states. It is important for them to be implemented properly because quality protection of minority rights is of importance for the stability of the region, strengthening of democracy, and the normalized context of relations between countries of the region. And I particularly have in mind Serbia and its relations with its neighbors. And in conclusion, since we have overstepped our time, let me just mention that it is important for Serbia as signatory of the Dayton Accord to really be clear and articulated in supporting the stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina, its European path, and efficient functioning of Bosnia and Herzegovina, because it would be a historical injustice if Bosnia and Herzegovina is to become the last wagon in this train of the countries that come from the Southeast Europe and are moving in the direction of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Floor is open. I don't see anybody asking for the floor. Thank you very much. I conclude the debate on this agenda item, and we can start the adoption of recommendations. First of all, I would like to be sure that we have the same text in front of us. Yes, do we?
Yes, you do. In Serbian and in English.
Yes, I understand that we have the same text both in Serbian and in English.
Can we have 5 minutes just to get those people who are out to try to get them in?
Okay. Upon the not request by remark by my co-chairman, we are going to have 5 minutes break, but don't go away. We need to organize those who are not present here so that we can adopt the recommendations by all of MPs and MEPs. 5 minutes have passed. What is the situation with the presence?
We can start.
Please take your seats. We are going to start. The road to Budapest is long. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Dame I gospodo, sada bi predložio da počnemo. Vi imate pred sobom tekst. Tu smo imali određene amandmane. I ići ću pasus po pasus. I ukoliko imate nešto, neku primedbu, mi ćemo prekinuti. Što se tiče prvog paragrafa pasusa, nije bilo nikakvih amandmana, te možemo da usvojimo drugi pasus, amandman Andreja Plenkovića, pred kraj prvobitnog teksta dodati još jednu rečenicu u ovom kontekstu poziva Srbiju i tako dalje. Ja ću...
We are ready to sign down this protocol, and the organization of that is already taking place, but it's according to this it's more about Serbia, but we don't see there is agreement with EU reached last month, I think, or so the protocol will be signed, I think, in June, so there are no further problems, and it is like this, it's more like some kind of bilateral relations, and our part of delegation of the committee is against it, as far as I know.
We do not have problems with that. Andrej, what?
Mi nemamo problema s tim, gospodine Plenkoviću. Vi ste otac ovog amandmana.
I think it's the formulation that covers the European Union context, because as you know, it's the Commission that negotiates on behalf of the 28 member states. The usual adaptation of protocol is something that should be done in time, and the fact that this dialogue has been going on even in the months before the accession, we are now in the situation where there is actually difficulties in terms of maintaining the legal framework of the trade relations that were existent prior to the accession on the 30th of June. And I feel that this is the chapter where we discuss the SAA, where we discuss its entry into force, and this is an integral part of this exercise. So in my view, and having consulted the current process of the negotiations, it is very important that this message actually gets across.
Thank you. Before we continue the discussion, I forgot to mention that according to the rules of procedure now of this CAPC, to adopt the declaration or recommendations, the majority of both parts of the delegation has to be obtained. If, let's say, European Parliament, there is no majority, and its majority in the Serbian Parliament, it is rejected. I need the agreement of both parts of the delegation. So if the discussion is going to be too long and the repetition of the arguments which were already presented, I will stop and I will put it on the vote. Jelko, my co-chairman asked for the floor.
Maybe compromise for both sides. On one hand, Andrej Plenković and Ivo there. Maybe we can shorten your amendment and to put stop after Croatia to the EU, to delete just the last part, and traditional trade, what is already in. This might be a face saving for both sides.
Yes, thank you. For us, we don't see why it should be, because it's already agreed before the last report. It was done 2 days before the last report in October. So this is just technical issue. Now we are putting it on a high level that we think it's not deserved. And there's one thing. The other thing is, I'm sure you know, it's more complex than this. Yes. So if we cannot agree, we can vote, yes.
I just want
Anybody? Please be short.
Yes, thank you. I just want to emphasize one thing. Through this amendment, through the sense of this amendment, we have been as Serbia invited to conclude protocol beside SSP, etc., emphasizing accession of Croatia to EU. I don't understand the importance of this emphasizing Croatian accession, because it is understandable, and the last sentence, actually the last three words, actually tackled bilateral economic relations between Croatia and Serbia, and I'm not sure that we will that we can adopt that. Really.
Thank you very much, Andrej.
Well,
not necessary.
Since you called, I think what Jelko has suggested as a compromise formulation is something that is actually taking into account the reality. And the fact is that we don't have this protocol yet, nor signed, nor completely finalized. It's rather more than a technical exercise. As far as I have been briefed and informed, there was a progress, that's true, on a certain products, but certainly signing something in June is one way, is 1 year later than the entry into force. So I don't think that we could sort of omit such a situation, which is very much linked to the SAA implementation, which is your actually now fully in force, the only contractual relationship with the European Union. And these type of protocols are pretty normal, and the fact that they are normal, as you have said, is normal, but the adaptation is also normal, and it should be a timely one. It's not something that goes automatically, but it has to be negotiated. And this is what the Commission is currently doing. So I feel that if we could come to a formulation that can be of a compromise nature, I think we would both be well off with it.
Thank you very much. I put this amendment to vote. I ask
if just one sentence, please. One comment more. Maybe the best solution in this case is that this sentence should be, in this context, we invite Serbia to conclude protocol beside SSP, dot. Maybe that's...
Instead of urges, yes, which is yes, more dramatic. So the suggestion is, compromise suggestion, in this context, welcomes, or what invites Serbia to conclude the protocol on the SAA, full stop. Andrej?
But, I mean, there was no enlargement on 25 countries, or 55, or 3, or 2. What's the problem? I mean, if there was no accession of Croatia, there would be no protocol. I mean, why are you afraid of mentioning the truth? I mean, the name of the agreement will be Protocol to the Stabilisation and Association Agreement between the European Communities and their member states on the one part, and the Republic of Serbia on the other part, to take into account of the accession of the Republic of Croatia to the European Union. Your government is negotiating this type of agreement. It is its title. It's not a protocol as a neutral word. Protocol is actually an international agreement, a mixed one at the same time, between the member states of the European Union on one side and Serbia on the other.
Mr. Andrić?
Oh, it would be repeated again. Its protocol is more than just according to relations with Croatia. It's more complex question, as I'm sure we know. We tried to understand, so I propose voting.
I think there is no need to continue the discussion. Serbian part of the delegation, who is in favor of the amendment by Mr. Plenković? Who is against? Who abstained? So it was rejected. There is no need to vote for the European side, but for the sake of order, let's vote also. Who is in favor of Mr. Plenković's amendment? Thank you very much. Anybody against? No. Abstentions? One abstention. The amendment was rejected, and the paragraph stays as it was originally drafted, without the last sentence. Thank you. Paragraph 3, there were no amendments to this paragraph, so I consider it adopted. Thank you. Amendment to the paragraph 4, amendment by Jelko Kacin. After the original text, original wording, he adds one long sentence. For European Parliament, it is acceptable. Serbian side?
Thank you. As far as I understand, it would be acceptable if it would stay u skladu sa Briselskim sporazumom.
At which place? In accordance with the Brussels Agreement.
Yes, in accordance thank you. With Brussels Agreement.
Acceptable for Mr. Kacin with this. Okay? Yes, please. Okay, I thought you wanted to speak against. We don't need to vote. It is accepted by the amendment by Mr. Andrich.
By addition, yeah.
By Mr. Andrich. Thank you very much. Paragraph 4 adopted in that wording. Paragraph 5, amendment number 3 by Jelko Kacin against. The original text remains as it is, and then there is addition of called in particular on Belgrade and Zagreb and so on and so forth. For European parliamentarians, it is acceptable. Serbian side, please.
It's acceptable also for us.
Thank you very much. Yes, for us. Adopted with the...
Yeah, no, there is no on the adoption. Because it's on the same paragraph.
The next one, yeah.
Yeah, next one.
Paragraph number... there was another amendment to the paragraph 5 by Andrej Plenković, and after the original text he also adds bilateral issues with neighbors and in particular the need for further efforts by Serbia concerning missing persons and prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes. I don't know. I don't know whether it is necessary to mention missing persons because it's redundant. It was mentioned in the previous amendment, so I think that we can delete this, not to repeat it twice or three times. Okay?
It's already in
This one is not covered. Prosecution.
But in the previous amendment, these last 6 words are not covered, and prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes.
If he can explain what...
Andrej, if you can explain the substance of your amendment.
Sorry, I was...
Missing persons, excuse me, missing persons we understand, and this, just what are you aiming for, so we can...
Sorry, I thought we were still on the amendment number 2 by Jelko on the Kosovo issue, and I didn't realize that you took this amendment 3 and amendment 4 in a package. Is that what you did?
No, we adopted amendment 3. We are now debating amendment 4, and it is said that the first part of your addition is already included, and it is more balanced than the amendment that is already adopted. But the rest of it...
Your amendment is redundant, effectively.
Well, the missing persons might be covered, but the issue of the prosecution and cooperation with war crimes is not mentioned as far as I can see.
International Court of Justice.
But that's not at all the same thing.
But jurisdiction.
I understand it's not covered what I mentioned, the calls for further efforts by Serbia concerning prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes. And you were asked to explain...
I mean, these are two entirely different issues. First of all, I'm entirely against the part of the sentence of Jelko regarding the withdrawal, or mutual withdrawal of the charges in front of the ICJ, for the record. And secondly, this is entirely unrelated with the prosecution and cooperation of war crimes on the national level. These are entirely two separate issues where the cooperation exists among the state prosecutors, and there are bilateral agreements being written, and this is a line that I would like to keep in the conclusions. This has nothing to do with the ICJ proceedings.
To be clear, what are you suggesting now?
To be very clear, I would keep the efforts concerning the prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes. It is something which is important as a message. Exactly, yes. Because it's not covered at all by what Jelko has said.
So
it will be in favor.
It is a different issue. To sam ja sada isto... Ne, ja sam njemu objasnio da ostajem pri drugom dijelu amandmana koji se odnosi na suradnju između ovoga.
Please don't stop bilateral negotiations. Mr. Andri.
Da li je prihvatljivo da ostavimo amandman Jelka Jelkovi, da stavimo da poziva posebno Beograd i Zagreb da što pre otpočne razmatranje svih otvorenih pitanja u bilateralnim odnosima, pored ostalog pitanja nestalih lica i krivičnog gonjenja i saradnje u pogledu ratnih zločina, i zatim da se nastavi amandman Jelko.
Ja se ne slažem sa tim zbog toga što smatram da se ovakvim amandmanima toliko pojačava odnos između Srbije i Hrvatske i prenaglašava u kontekstu svih zaključaka i preporuka, da ne vidim toliku potrebu za tim. Slažem se sa određenim delom amandmana. Mislim da amandman gospodina Kacina na jedan sveobuhvatan način i obuhvatan način ulogu Beograda i Zagreba potencira i mislim da je to sasvim dovoljno.
Ali poanta je upravo obrnuta. Dakle, smisao mog amandmana nije uopće bio koncentriran samo na Beograd i Zagreb. Pitanje suradnje o ratnim zločinima je puno šire pitanje koje nema bilateralni karakter. Ono se odnosi, kao što jako dobro znate, na puno širi kontekst zemalja u regiji, a svoditi ga na odnos Beograda i Zagreba je krajnje limitirajuće i suprotno smislu amandmana. Prema tome, stvar je regionalnog karaktera, a ne bilateralnog karaktera. I uopće ne vidim smisao da on bude povezan samo na odnos Beograda i Zagreba.
Pa ne, ali upravo o tome i govorim, pošto je predlog, da niste me onda dobro razumeli, predlog je da se zapravo ratni, dakle, u odnosu na analizu vašeg amandmana, da se taj deo priključi amandmanu gospodina Kacina i ja zbog toga intervenišem. Da niste me razumeli.
Moj predlog je bio da to bude nevezano od amandmana gospodina Kacina.
Ja sada komentarišem druge predloge koji su došli vezano za spajanje ovog dela vašeg amandmana u nastavku, dakle, sa amandmanom gospodina Kacina. To je, dakle, tu je nerazumljeno.
Well, I understand Mr. Plenković's amendment and the logic what he is saying. It's, they say that further efforts of Serbia, that means that Serbia has done something, but he encourages the further efforts. But if Serbia is deleted, it could be acceptable for everybody, because it would sound like, in particular, need for further efforts concerning prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes. It will be the general call to all the countries in the region, without naming and shaming. Madam Ibrisagic. You agree, yes?
We agree also.
So, by Serbia is excluded.
To može ostati.
Yes, please. Mr. Banka is going to read it so that we know what we are going to adopt or reject.
So the final negotiated text for adoption is and further efforts concerning prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes. Dot.
Goes where in the paragraph?
At the end. After simply as addition at the end.
Yeah, but
Are we going to vote, or can it be accepted as it was read?
Jelko, just turn on your mic because of the translation.
No, my suggestion is to start next amendment that Kolega Plenković will have a little bit more time to check it.
So that he can think. Okay, we shall return to paragraph 5 in the end. Paragraph 6, we have Jelko Kacin's amendment number 5. You see it in the text, so I would like to ask your comments or your approval. For us, it's acceptable. Nobody seems to be against. Please.
I think it's not acceptable. I would ask Jadranka to explain.
Dakle,
well, it seems considers that particular attention should be given to the outgoing efforts to strengthen the independence, competences of prosecutors, full stop, who have been facing pressure coming from the executive branch of the government and private. I don't think that there is absolutely no need to speak of the government, but I think about the efficacy of prosecutors should remain put a full stop there. And then the reiterate it called improving certainty concerning provisions relating to Article 234 of the Criminal Code. We already discussed that, but if somebody else has any other opinion on that.
I never heard that the prosecutors would be victims of opposition. It's opposite, you know. That's why maybe a compromise should be to delete of the government, and then it would be facing pressure coming from the executive branch and private interests. Ne, da se izbaci izvršne grane, ali i vlasti se, vlada se izbaci. Ne znam kako imate na srpskom.
Any comments from the Serbian side?
To normalno.
Ja I dalje imam rezervu prema ovome, ne vidim, dakle...
I still have reservations. How can we bring out such a position? Which practical case confirms such a hard position? I will just answer. In all the reports up till now, we determined that the prosecution, the institutions are not independent and strong enough. Now, why that is so, we can discuss that. I would understand this amendment if it was submitted 2 years ago, but today we have a different situation where the prosecutors are surprised that nobody's calling them from the government. And even they called and asked, what are they today? And they were told to do according to the law and the Constitution, and that there's no need to call the vice presidents and get instructions. I think that this would be a an appropriate amendment 2 years ago, but now it's absolutely unnecessary.
I have an English version here in front of me, and it is written in a past. It said, who have been facing pressure coming from. Govorim iz prošlosti. Ne govorim o tome da neko sada vrši pritisak. Nego vam piše, ne znam kako piše.
I don't know what's written in Serbian, but I know what's written in English. It's in the past tense.
Ja, to je stvar prevoda. Na engleskom ne stoji tako. Je, pa to ne stoji, evo. Pogledajte engleski tekst. Ja znam šta smo mi uložili. Mi smo uložili nešto drugo.
Okay, we don't have English speakers. And Madam Joksimovic, I understood that in the end you are for the deletion of mentioning of paragraph 359234. Did I understand you well? Because I was not quite...
We're still talking about the first part of Kacin's amendment. What you read now is the second part of the amendment. So we have two things we have time for now.
Okay, so let's finish what Jelko was suggesting. He was suggesting that this is past tense, but I think that it does refer to the current time as well, Jelko, in English.
Process is going on.
Which are going on. Process have not been finished, so we are not speaking about the past. We are speaking about the continuity of that process.
Present perfect continuous.
Present perfect, yeah.
Chairman, may I say a few words? Whatever is perfect for you, I'm going to accept, because it doesn't talk about European Union. Please take out what can assist you in improving or strengthening the role of your institutions. Her proposal was to make a full stop after prosecutors. That was one compromise. If you have difficulties with that, it's up to you. The purpose of these final conclusions is to adopt something that you will use to give more space to your institutions to strengthen. Nothing else is our intention. So what is acceptable for you is excellent for us. If you don't want, don't worry, you will need more time. 1 year more, no problem.
I think that my first proposal that you actually adopted now in your argumentation, I think it's acceptable for our side. Yes.
Anna Ibrisagic.
I just had one linguistic, grammatical proposal because I understood now. I was also, before you clarified this past time, I was also sharing the Serbian parts of viewing that you're criticizing actually current government. And when you explained that, I thought if we don't understand here, how we can expect that the people outside will understand if we think the past or we think it continues still. So to avoid that, I would suggest that we put just one word, who in the past has been, and then it's then I agree with the Serbian part.
No, I don't think so, because it would mean the situation now is ideal, which I don't.
Yes, if I may say, I would like to try to convince you to adopt the dot stop after the word of prosecutors. So this is what Jadranka, just a second, excuse me, what Jadranka suggested, and because it is, we must vote in any other case, so it's not possible. If you put past, then the Democratic Party will vote against. If you put it in continuous, the new, so it's up to you, Jelko, but we understand fully what your intention were.
Mr. Schöpflin.
A grammatical suggestion which I think does change the meaning, who have at times.
I see there is a general, real will and interest to find the solution, but we are not there yet. Yes. Well, the appeal was addressed to the author of the amendment. Let's hear what he has to say now.
Well, as I said, everything is fine for me, but I'm not an English native speaker what Professor Schöpflin is, so maybe you can include both parts. But
Okay. Mr. Andrić
But it
again.
is up to Serbian side, as I said.
Okay, let me propose what is, I think, is a real compromise. To put dot stop after the word pressure. Different pressure.
No different.
Or any kind of pressure.
Any kind of
Pressure, just pressure.
We are liberals, so this is a compromise, yes?
Let's move towards in your direction, Jelko, but not completely.
I will say it for the fifth time. It's Serbian side, up to them to decide.
Okay, I suggest to adopt pressure, because if we continue, maybe they will think it over and go back. So, full stop after the word pressure, okay?
No, after the word prosecutors.
Ja bih samo...
Allow me. If we put a full stop after pressure, so that means pressure exists. The only pressure which can exist can be interpreted in a number of ways. It can be of the executive, it can be of the broader public. Let's be realistic. And with this amendment, let us support the efforts for the strengthening the independence, competence, and efficiency of prosecutors. Well, all this rest can refer to some individual events. So I think that we should put a full stop to the after prosecutors.
Who wants to help you, but he repeated 3 times, whatever is good for you and acceptable for you, we are going to support it. But the gentleman in the back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak in Serbian, although I could do that in English because of my Serbian colleagues. We have a misunderstanding about the amendment. Ja podržavam amandman gospodina Kacina. Također nemam problem i prihvatam da se nakon pritiska stavi tačka, odnosno da se tu taj amandman završi. Ovo je posao koji prevazilazi političke podele, ovu parlamentarnu, ovaj sastav parlamenta i tako dalje. Mi trebamo budemo potpuno iskreni da mi živimo u jednom društvu u tranziciji, ni u jednom društvu u tranziciji, bez obzira na to ko je vlast činio ili ko ima ili nema sredstva uticaja, taj uticaj se na tužioce, sudije dešava bez obzira na to ko se nalazi u vlasti. Mi trebamo se odredimo prema tome da želimo da živimo u pravnoj državi, bez te vrste uticaja, a ne da ovde predlažemo stvari koje predstavljaju negaciju onoga što očigledno postoji u našem društvu, a to je uticaj i pritisak. I ovim, dakle, predlažem da posle pritiska se stavi tačka, ali da pritisak svakako ostaje, to jeste pojava koju u društvu imamo, ako hoćete, i kroz medije i kroz političke i finansijske pritiske.
Pošto već moramo da idemo i jedan drugi nivo argumentacije, onda ću vam reći da u logici se ovakva eksplanacija naziva tautologija. Ako nešto snažite, ako nešto osnažujete, ako nešto pokušavate da unapredite, onda očigledno da problemi postoje. Prema tome, tu tautologiju ja u ovom tekstu mislim da nema mesta i ne prihvatam je. Mislim da ono što jeste važno jeste naglasak na naporima da se ojača nezavisnost, da se ojačaju ingerencije i efikasnost, a čim nešto ojačavate, manjak postoji. Prema tome, ne znam zašto bi ga naglašavali.
Thank you very much. end of the discussion, I will ask Jelko to read what his proposal is, and we are going to vote on that.
This amendment has two parts. We are now discussing about the first part. If it is okay for you, of prosecutors, full stop.
From Serbian side, who is for Jelko's proposal in his last version?
After full stop after prosecutors. I think we all. Yeah.
Not all. There were some voices against. Okay, thank you. Who is against? Aha, he doesn't vote. Abstentions? No, so it is adopted by Serbian side. By our side, I think it's unanimous. It's not necessary to vote. So it was adopted like full stop after prosecutors. Competence and efficiency of prosecutors. Full stop. And now the second part, the last words, repeated abuses of the Article 359/234. I understand Madam Joksimovic was speaking against it, in favor of deletion this, because I was not quite clear what she had in mind when you were discussing it.
No, I just mentioned my explanation during my first my first speech.
You didn't touch the second.
Yes, yes, and I just invite all other MPs to say something about that.
So this is acceptable. This is not. Excellent. We are very much for.
234, to je 359, 234. Ne. Da ostane ili ne.
The question is delete it or leave it there? You want to? Yes.
Sorry, I tried in my first speech to explain the slight difference between argumentation of your side in this case about Article 359 and our 234, and my personal opinion, but really we don't have some kind of consensus, is to delete this amendment, because there is a lot of misunderstanding between our side, and we are not economists. I'm not economist, you know, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure about that. But please, I just want to emphasize the attitude, our official attitude about this.
Okay, Anna.
Yes. So I'm for deleting.
I mean, even if you're not economist, or what you said you're not, we are dealing with this for several years. European Commission deal with it for 3 years before European Parliament started dealing with this. We deal this is third year also, so with 6 years we deal with this. So I think everybody knows what it is about, and I think we should support Kacin's text as it is.
What did she add on here? I think we are united from the European Parliament. We are for remaining these words in the text. So the Serbian side, do you want to discuss it further on, or should I put it on the vote? Any arguments against for? The question is whether to leave it there or to delete it. European Parliament is favoring to ostane tako.
If I may say, we cannot reach the consensus because some of us will vote for to stay and some will vote for not to stay. So I think that you should put it on voting so we can see it.
Serbian side, who is in favor of the amendment tabled by Jelko Kacin? 1, 2, 3,
4, 5.
5. Okay, 5, 4. Against, please.
1, 2, 3.
Abstentions?
Oh, so 5 in favor. 5 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions. So adopted.
Adopted. So it's adopted by majority of both parts of the delegations. So we agreed in the first part to full stop after prosecutors, and in the second part of the amendment stays as it was presented by Jelko Kacin. That's paragraph 6. And
still paragraph 6 addition, but it should be here.
We are still discussing, paragraph 6, because amendment by Ms. Kinga Gál and George Schöpflin deals with the paragraph 6. My only recommendation would be that what your amendment should be placed in its efficiency, and then notes that this will involve an eventual review of Serbia's constitutional arrangement. So to include it, but in a different place, if you agree.
That's acceptable for us.
Serbian side?
I didn't understand
to put it here. Like the red. Not at the end, but here after efficiency. But simply that the changes in the constitution are about the judicial reform only.
It's not. Molim? Dobro, vi sad insistirate. Okay. We have the. It's not acceptable, that part.
No. Not acceptable. Okay. Serbian side, who is in favor of the amendment of Mrs. Gál and Mr. Schöpflin? In favor? No one against? Abstentions? It was rejected. So, paragraph 6.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Such is life.
I appreciate you didn't say c'est la vie. Okay, so paragraph 6 will remain with as amended by Jelko Kacin as we agreed. Paragraph 7, there were no amendments to the paragraph 7, I take it is adopted. Thank you. Paragraph 8, amendment again by Ms. Kinga Gál and George Schöpflin. You see the addition when we are speaking of the communities and groups and securing their rights, as well as to guarantee and maintain the competencies of National Minority Council, and the rest of the text remains.
Can they explain?
If they explain the nature of your amendment, you are asked by our colleagues.
As I already pointed out previously, I think it's very important that the competencies of the National Minority Councils shouldn't be challenged, and as we know that this is now in front of the Constitutional Court, I think it's a very important message that we do think that this is good and we should keep what is good. This is behind it.
Thank you.
The government of Serbia is called upon to guarantee the Council of National Minorities. I believe that this wording to call upon the government, well, this wording is like we can request the implementation of the law or to guarantee the implementation, but I believe that it's a wrong wording, that the government should guarantee the competence because we have this law. I think that the wording is just not good.
Then it's fine. Okay, so it's good. Guarantee the implementation and maintain the competencies of national minority councils.
Yes. Okay? Acceptable? Yes. Okay. We have agreement on that.
Yes. Da garantuje implementaciju i pošto da garantuje implementaciju i sprovođenje.
Please read it carefully so that you will not come back. Okay, it's adopted. Amendment 8 8 by Mr. Andrich, I would like to beg him not to insist on this new paragraph. We are discussing, we are in the last phase of discussion, the financial framework for the years 2014. Framework was adopted yesterday and it was decreased already. We are adopting austerity measures in the European Parliament. I'm rapporteur in one of those financial instruments, and we will be further pushed to go down. So please do not ask us to support this. We simply cannot support it. And I beg for your understanding. Jelko wants to say something.
The trialogue on IPA funds is still going on, and I was debating that we will be in position to reallocate amounts that are allocated for individual consumers or beneficial countries, and to reallocate them for other countries. That's why maybe a compromise would be, Ivo, not to retain, but to find the way to retain. Because if we reallocate amounts from other parts, we can retain that.
It's acceptable for us, yes.
What you are suggesting exactly?
The final wording would be not to retain the proposed amount, but to find the way to retain the proposed amount.
Okay. The way can be found and maybe will not be found. Okay. So it is acceptable for us in that wording for you. Sorry, Mr. Andrich, I withdraw my call to you.
It's an understanding of the liberals.
Yes. Two liberals, if they agree, and it's paragraph 8. Amendment by Andrej Plenković. You can see it in the text of the paragraph when he speaks about the efforts in implementation of the legislative framework. He adds, as well as the respect of concluded bilateral agreements with neighboring countries on the protection of minorities.
We don't understand it.
Andrej.
It's so complicated, the English. Why don't you understand? What's wrong?
We can speak in Serbian, maybe. They can.
Možemo i hrvatski.
Nama nije jasno zašto.
What we do not understand is if it is worded like this, it means that there is a problem with some bilateral agreements. We don't know why this needs to be highlighted. Clarification has to do with the implementation of bilateral agreements. So agreements are signed, then there are action plans, there are bilateral commissions, diplomatics that meet, they make the action plan for implementation of certain things. Then we can only commend Serbia because up till now bilateral agreements were complied with. Maybe we can say concluded international agreements on the protection of minorities rather than bilateral. Well, my point was different. As it is worded here, it's as if Serbia is not implemented some bilateral agreements, so we need to highlight it. That is why I said international agreements, because then all agreements would be included. Well, it is not clear to us what particular agreements are not being implemented by Serbia, for which reason we would need to highlight that this is necessary. Please tell us what particular bilateral agreements you have in mind. Then we would be able to accept it. But I believe that all bilateral agreements are being implemented, all bilateral agreements on the protection of minorities. So Serbia should be commended for implementing the bilateral agreements on the protection of minorities. Gospodin Varga je pažljivo slušao. There are bilateral agreements with the neighboring states, but based on these agreements, Intergovernmental Joint Commission should function, but they are not functioning. They have had some sessions for years. But they adopt something, but that is not implemented. It was to that effect that the amendment was worded. It has to be acceptable, but it is true that Serbia is not the only one to be blamed for the failure of these commissions to work properly.
Yours.
Previous case, so as well instead of respecto, because I agree, if it's not, if you're asking for respect, it means this is not respect, but it's also true what they said. So maybe we can have as well as the implementation of concluded bilateral issues, because it means they are signed, but nothing more happened after signature.
But this article is just calling the government of Serbia. We would accept it if it's more wide, because we understand that there are problems, but they are bilateral. It's not up to Serbia, you understand? So we can call all the governments to...
We can do the same thing, and we could achieve it by deleting name Serbia.
To nije nikakvo rješenje, zna se da se odnosi na vladu.
That would not be a solution, because it is implied that the government of Serbia is referred to.
Sorry, but you changed the meaning of the whole paragraph then, so you can't do that.
Mr. Chairman, all affected governments, all affected governments.
This is a specific in English, this specific article about the Roma and the Serbia. So we cannot delete the word government of Serbia. We need, it's in the text earlier, 2 or 3, yes. So it must stay to Serbia. It must be rated to Serbia.
Excuse me, since we are speaking about domestic and international, instead of putting this sentence, we could a little bit earlier continue with the efforts in implementation of domestic and international legislative framework. Domestic and international legislative framework for concerning the protection of minorities. Called on the Serbian government to continue with the efforts in implementing domestic and international legislative framework concerning the protection of minorities.
It's acceptable in that.
But there are 3 layers of the protection of the minorities. There is a multilateral one, the well-established body of the conventions, especially in the context of the Council of Europe. And then there are the bilateral agreements, and then there is the national legislation. What is, in essence, difficult in terms of implementation of the bilateral agreements with neighboring countries on the protection of minorities as something which is just as a reminder of an international obligation to be implemented? What is the problem? I don't understand it. Besides respecting the international conventions and national legislation, what's wrong?
The problem is, as I said earlier, according to this formulation like this, it is just the guilt of Serbian government, which we are stating that it is not. That's the problem. We can vote.
But take a careful look at the wording. There is no guilt at all. Where is the guilt? No, seriously, look at the sentence, and if you find guilt, I'll be very happy to understand it, but there is no guilt.
But if you are using bilateral, you could name it concretely to which country you mean. So we should use that because for our neighboring countries not exact the same bilateral arrangement concerning the national minority status are concluded. So there are different standards with different countries.
Shall we vote, Andrei? You insist on keeping your amendment.
It's a very, very mild and very clear amendment of an international commitment in the bilateral agreement, which does not add any other, no guilt, no any other obligation than already exists. So I don't see where the problem lies, actually. Because in that context, what you said now, then we could go back to the proposal of Mr. Kacin and completely delete the bilateral context there, as you deleted it in the first paragraph. So if there is no logic of any other context except the EU and Serbia, then it's a different story. But then we have to be consistent throughout the text, and I would reopen the paragraph 3, amendment 3 in the paragraph 5 immediately.
Okay, Mr. Andrich, you...
We will keep our position, so if I can ask to vote. Yes.
Okay, Serbian side, who is in favor of the amendment by Andrej Plenković? 1. Who is against? Clear optic majority. Who abstains? It was rejected. The European Parliament, who is in favor? Okay. It doesn't make any sense to continue vote. Thank you very much. So it was adopted without the amendment presented by Mr. Plenković. Paragraph 9, Jelko Kacin. Again, it's addition in the end, after the end of the original text. He's reminding the authorities of their responsibility to create a genuine climate of tolerance and inclusion in the country. Very noble call. Serbian side.
Za, we can accept it, yes.
Thank you very much.
For noble cause, always.
Adopted with the amendment by Mr. Kacin. Paragraph 10, amendment by Mrs. Kinga Gál and George Schöpflin. Again, the urging central authorities to take heed of the importance of regional and local administration, including their fiscal competence and so on and so forth. Mr. Andrich.
I've got minus for the vote. There, we are against it. But I would ask someone to explain if it's...
Kinga or George?
Okay, I shall speak to this, but briefly. No, it's simply, perhaps the word urges is too strong, but I think there is this centralizing tendency in Serbia, which does affect local and regional administrations negatively, and this is simply a relatively weak signal. I'm quite happy to change the word urges to requests, or asks, or begs humbly, or something like that, to be aware that actually power should exist at all levels, and there's the question of subsidiarity which comes in from the EU dimension. That's really the thinking behind it. If you're completely against, if your attitude is that there is no such problem, well, then I beg to differ. I think there is a problem, and I think that this text should reflect it.
Thank you, Jelko Kacin. This question was discussed with during our meetings with the leaders of the country, and we mentioned that the European parliamentarians mentioned that too strong centralization, we feel that there is such a phenomenon. We expressed our concerns, to put it mildly. Jelko.
Ja ću ovo reći na srpskom.
I will say this in Serbian because the dilemma exists on the Serbian side, so I would wish to caution about the essence of the problem. You know that on the one side, there was the decision of the Constitutional Court talking about Vojvodina and its basic documents in the statute of Vojvodina, but in the meantime, not a single bylaw was prepared, which would make it possible for what the statute says to be implemented in practice. I'm talking about those fiscal problems, and that is the part which is still lacking, and that is the common position of all branches of the executive power here in Serbia. So things need to be brought to conclusion. Namely, financial conditions should be provided for this to be put into practice.
No, the administrative regional unit. So it is not according to our constitution region. It doesn't exist as a political, territorial or regional unit.
You were given the floor.
Mr. Arsic.
I'm quite happy to omit the word regional.
Ja bih samo da ovdje nešto raščistimo.
Let us just clarify one thing. In this amendment, we should read the entire text. Commends the work of all authorities, especially with the work of the National Assembly. The Ombudsman, State Audit Institution, Commissioner for the Protection of Equality, they are mentioned here. They are independent regulatory authorities, but the autonomous provinces and local self-government units are the levels of authority. We have the national or republic, the provincial and local levels of authority. But this part here has to do with the work of independent regulatory bodies. And these three levels of authority are not within this system. This is devoted to independent ones. And that is the problem. Commends the work of independent regulatory bodies, but that should not apply to these.
Wrong place, we can have it as a separate paragraph. It's all the same to me, but I think that, if you look at the wording, it's actually very mild, just to take heed. In other words, to look in that direction. It's not an instruction. And if you like, from my perspective, it's much less legal and much more political. But I think there is an issue there, and I think the Serbian side should be aware of it. So if you don't want it in that paragraph, I think it could certainly go as a sub-paragraph, a sort of 10A, 10B, or some solution of that kind. It's just a question of wording, in my view.
I totally agree with my colleague Arsic. I mean, it is quite, those two topics cannot go together, those two issues. But I'm afraid that since we have no time, additional efforts should be invested in making totally separated amendment concerning the fiscal decentralization. So if you have time to invest in such a separate amendment, which will be completely concentrated on what you are talking about, but these two together are not going together.
The word fiscal doesn't appear. It simply urges the central authorities to take heed of the importance, etc. Now, at that level, it seems to me this is so mild that, okay, I accept the point that legally it doesn't fit precisely, but I don't see a serious difficulty with this amendment unless for you, actually, you don't believe in local government.
But then you should have the beginning of the sentence. So if it is not acceptable together, you should make the beginning of the sentence as a completely new the paragraph.
Okay, in that case, we have a new paragraph which goes, at the same time, requests central authorities to take...
Jelko asked for the floor.
My suggestion is that we prepare a separate amendment, but it cannot start by at the same time. Let's start by urging central authorities. This is what you would like to deliver.
I'm perfectly happy with that.
Okay. Brilliant.
Not acceptable for our Serbian colleagues.
Well, if the Serbian colleagues are going to vote it down, then they're going to vote it down.
Okay, so I think that we should put it on vote because you expressed your positions clearly enough. Serbian side, who is in favor of this amendment as it is worded?
Samo još jedna intervencija ako može, pošto čini...
Just one more intervention if I may. It seems to me that the word regional is used wrongly because we have a province. And I believe that this refers to the provincial and local administration, so I think that our intervention should go into in that direction. We should say provincial instead of regional.
Regional, that's okay too.
Please, we are in the process of voting. If you have suggestions, do it before we start voting. When we vote, please. Jelko.
You know, our Hungarian friends prepared a lot of amendments and there was not a lot of happy ends so far. Maybe the wording would be local and higher level. Local and higher, it is very neutral, so whatever you want to call it, autonomous provinces or whatever you are going to invent in future, if any, it can be covered by that way.
But we should take into consideration our constitutional framework. So local government has no competencies to influence the central government that way. I mean, there is a really strict constitutional framework. So this paragraph, this amendment should be more constitutionally sensitive to Serbian case.
Okay.
I would like to appreciate the efforts of our two Hungarian colleagues. I am fully supporting them, but it seems that this is a lost war.
I think it's a lost cause. Let's vote.
Okay, we are voting Serbian side. Who is in favor of the amendment? No one. Who is against? Who is abstaining? Okay, it was rejected. Next time, try again.
It's all right. It's just the Battle of Mohacs again, you know. We're used to it.
Okay, thank you very much. It was not adopted. Paragraph 11, no amendments. I announced it adopted. The new amendment 12 by Mr. Andrich, I don't know about my other colleagues, but I fully support it. Any objections? It's called for the EU states not to misuse the suspension mechanism. Thank you very much. Adopted unanimously.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you read out misuse, but actually the text says abuse. There is a difference. Which is it, abuse or misuse?
Serbian is zloupotrebljen, which is misuse.
Then maybe the English should be misuse as well.
Misuse, it's Serbian, it's misuse.
It's better.
Better.
Abuse is
strong.
Stronger. Yeah.
You know, children are abused.
Okay, agreed. Misuse. Before we are going to adopt the declaration and recommendation as a whole, Mr. Plenković wants to say something on paragraph 5 because he said it, but I somehow forgot to return to it. Please, Andrei.
Yeah, well, given the context of the whole rather amusing drafting exercise which we have just had, and the fact that I didn't actually hear we were discussing Jelko's amendment on the paragraph 5, that I thought we were still on the paragraph, on the amendment 4 on the paragraph, amendment 2 on the paragraph 4, and given that we have cleaned the text completely from any other bilateral contexts in Serbia, I would actually reopen Mr. Kacin's amendment, and if there is no consensus to adopt the amendment 4 which I submitted, to basically leave the paragraph as it is and omit the part of the amendment 3 of Mr. Kacin entirely. No, but I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. With the way that the whole exercise was done, I cannot accept such a text in this context where none of the other elements which were putting into a wider context relations with neighbors, this simply does not fit in the nature of the document as it is now. Finally, that we have passed all the paragraphs. So I ask for actually Jelko to withdraw the amendment and ask the vote on the EP side and the EPP colleagues to vote against it.
Jelko?
I'm not going to withdraw the amendment because the intention is extremely positive. We need to create much better climate here to be able to rationally address this very sensitive issue. The issue of genocide is counterproductive for both countries. So I'm just calling to invent the way how to create better atmosphere that you will be finally in a neutral position to withdraw these bilateral accusations.
Serbian side?
We voted for Jelko's amendment. I don't have the power to we voted yes, if I may say, anonymously.
Anybody from EPP would like to take the floor? I'm supporting Plenkovic's amendment or position. No, if nobody wants to take the floor on that.
No, I just wish to ask, what is the procedure in this? If we have right to go, then I will also support you. We have the right to go back?
Yes.
Okay.
We came back and we are discussing paragraph 5.
Then I think that we have to have the same treatment in both paragraphs, either one or the other way. And if we delete it bilateral in Kacin's, then I think we should delete it even in the previous one.
It's a different issue, I understand.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask you to recall to the rules of procedure. What are the rules of procedure? If we have already made our votes, so is it possible to this kind of intervention?
Rules of procedure say that we voted or adopted something, it cannot be reopened.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I think that the general rule in the situations of the joint parliamentary committees was that we would vote the whole text en bloc eventually. And given this, the fact that I have to admit I haven't heard at all that you were discussing this paragraph, I would have reacted at the time, and I'm asking for the understanding that I thought it was the Kosovo paragraph it was decided. And nobody else noticed, of course, because they were not particularly concerned, so I'm not the only one who didn't notice what we were discussing. And it is an exception. So in order to have a consistent text of the joint recommendations, I don't believe that this appeal here, the way it is formulated, is actually contributing to anything extra in my view, and therefore it's not in line with the rest of the amendments which were refused. This is a matter of consistency. Andrei made a mistake. We return to it. We are not going to discuss. We are just going to vote on that now. On which basis? On the basis of his statement.
There are two co-chairmen, please.
Mr. Andrich.
Don't put an argument, but we voted, you know. It's unanimously accepted, the amendment of European parliamentarian from the Serbian side. Okay, if we can, then we can reopen the debate about every amendment. And we heard the opinion that the problem of the bilateral, just to say it in English, see it in English exactly. We were aware of the problem with the composition of withdrawal of the mutual charges for genocide field in an international court of justice. We were aware of that before the voting, so this is nothing new happened. We can vote again. But what? Okay, let's vote from the beginning about everything. But it's not the way the things are doing. Sorry, really sorry. It's already voted. No new argument. So we are really against another voting.
I changed my mind, but that's it, Andre. I'm sorry. I don't have anything to add, so I agree. We voted.
Still, we have to vote this part, his amendment, because we left him time to think about it.
I'm sorry. To be fair, we should return to the wording because we told that we are giving you time to reflect on that. Only about the line which says that and further efforts concerning prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes. That we did not approve. That's we said, and we continue the adoption of the statement, and we shall return back. That's what I'm doing now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but first of all, what was the logic that there was the first debate on Jelko's amendment and not mine regarding the same article of the draft recommendations? Nobody explained that. And why would we assume that a part of the amendment which I'm suggesting is actually covered by Mr. Kacin's amendment, if we want to be very legalistic? Let's take the vote on the entire amendment which I'm proposing.
If something is covered, we only vote the addition.
Because we haven't voted on this
We agree that if something is covered already, we vote on the rest of the amendment.
As I said, I propose to vote on the entire amendment as it is. Just as we voted on the other amendments in its entirety. I don't understand why we would assume that something has been covered.
May I ask, so we have the two different suggestions. One is to vote just of the amendment of Mr. Plenković on the Article 5, yes? And the other suggestion is to put the part which says, I need an English text.
Further efforts concerning prosecution.
For the war crime at the end of Jelko's amendment. Yes?
Yes. The yellow. And further efforts concerning prosecution and cooperation regarding war crime. This is the modified version which we negotiated.
Yes, but where?
At the end.
At the end.
So the other one is to vote again, vote about the Andrej Plenković, the full text, yes. And the other solution is to vote and further efforts concerning prosecution and cooperation regarding war crimes to put it at the end of Jelko's amendment, which is already adopted. So that's. We agree on the second solution. We already said that. We can put it...
But the problem that Andrei has is his own problem, and I want to explain what is the difference between two amendments. Mine is very balanced. He's mentioning both countries. In his amendment, he talks only about Serbia, and that's the main difference. That's why we believe that it is already covered in my amendment, and that's why it was somehow accepted, due to the need to balance it.
Sorry, I think that we, in previous discussion, we tried to make some balance between Mr. Kacin and Mr. Plenković's amendment. But if Mr. Plenković insists that his amendment is not a logical part of amendment of Mr. Kacin, I propose to vote for amendment of Mr. Plenković.
I agree.
Yes.
I think we should vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Do we know what we are going to vote about?
Originally amendment of Mr. Plenković on Article 5.
Okay. Original wording of amendment by Mr. Plenković. Yes. Serbian side. Who is in favor? Nobody. Who is against? Who is abstaining? It was rejected. The European Union parliamentarians, who is in favor? 4. Who is against? Abstain? Okay. In that part of the delegation it was adopted, but it was rejected because of the disagreement by the Serbian side.
Now vote on the final text.
And now we shall vote on the final text of the whole paragraph.
No, of the whole document.
Sorry. I put, no. We are going to now adopt the joint declaration and recommendations as amended. Who is in favor? Serbian side or all sides? Thank you. Against? 1. Abstentions? 1. So the amended text of the declaration and recommendation was adopted. Congratulations, it was quite a job. Thank you very much. To conclude the business, we have some more mostly formal issues. Agenda item 9, any other business. Does anyone want to open any business in this any other business? That's not the case. Date and place of the next SAPC meeting. The next meeting is going to take place on April 16 and 17th in Strasbourg. Those will be very important days for the members of European Parliament, because it will be almost during the campaign for the new elections to the European Parliament, and that will be the last meeting in this composition of this delegation, because after the elections we shall see who is going to meet. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank the interpreters for a very good job, not easy one as always, and also I would like to thank the co-chairman, his staff, his secretariat, his assistants for creating very good conditions for our work. I would also like to appreciate the overall positive and constructive discussion with the adoption of the joint declaration and recommendations. Also, I would like to thank the Secretariat for all the assistance and help. And I declare the first Stabilisation and Association meeting between EP and Serbia to be officially concluded.